this is the first time this is the first time I've done something like this. I don't generally GM for people I don't know online, so will be this will be a new experience for everyone involved, I think. Now, this setting, grunge punk, as I have tentatively named it, is an occult cyberpunk setting. It takes place a few hundred years in the future after the Elder Star, a mysterious extrasolar object, has entered our solar system and warped the very fabric of reality. In the meantime, occult powers have become the norm. Things like, you know, I don't know, witchcraft and other sort of occult practices have flared up in power and efficacy. And simultaneously, more and more people are being born with metapsychic powers. They are able to warp the very fabric of reality to their will, and this is in large part due to this new physics that we are beginning to understand, which is that the world we live in is a mere projection upon an 18-dimensional metaspace. And in that space, there are myriad, countless other worlds and projections uh, that may be hostile or simply disinterested in us. And that is where we find ourselves. And we will begin the game. So, without further ado, let's get into it. So, I'm going to drag us into here. All right, are you guys getting background audio right now?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep.
Let's say 4. All right, so before I click on the screen, since I am sharing this, I have GM notes that I'm reading off of that will be broadcast on the stream and my shared screen to you guys, the players. So if you are looking at it, I ask you to maybe try and ignore and not read what you're seeing in the GM notes.
You're just worried about us seeing how disorganized they are, aren't you?
No, yeah, yeah. Well, okay, we'll see.
Yeah.
All right, let's back to the audio. So you find yourself in a vast desert beneath a sky of strange ancient stars. Monuments to no god or monarch you have ever heard of loom silently above you. They have maintained their century here for longer than apes have thought themselves masters of their spinning little rock. You know this, and you don't know why. In this dreaming land, you still have complete grasp of your waking mind and your frail mortal senses. The wind is cold and numbs you through your clothes. Particles of a glass-like sand dance in its current and gnaw at your exposed flesh. And at this point, I would like each of you, and we'll go one by one, to introduce your character and what they're wearing and what their demeanor is as we meet them for the first time. So starting with Hex.
All right. I am Hex. I am an android. I have been working with the rest of the crew for quite some time now. I tend to work with computers, as I am one myself, and sometimes I get a little reckless in that I don't so much fear the same things as my fleshy counterparts, but at the same time realizing that death is a thing for me, and that it's more just turning a switch to an off position rather than maybe going to an afterlife or some other thing. That that scares me maybe more than I'm comfortable with admitting.
All right. And next is Kit.
Hi, this is Flame playing Kit. Kit is a magic user. Her powers of chronopathy and telepathy developed somewhat catastrophically at a young age, and since then she's been trying to kind of understand the powers and, most importantly, use them because they're cool, and sort of investigate the incident that led to her powers manifesting. She is dressed in business casual, but comfortable in case we get into the action clothes.
All right, perfect. And then Bella. Who's Bella?
So Rysarian is playing as Bella. So Bella has been a mercenary previously, but now is kind of grouped up with everybody else here. And very, very tactical focused, wearing combat gear, always just kind of vigilant for any signs of danger, and is just kind of worried about protecting her group.
Awesome. And finally, we have Charles. Charles Marlowe. Who is Charles Marlowe?
Charles Marlowe has been around. He's seen some stuff. And he knows what's what. At least he thinks he does. Every time you see him, he's got a shot glass that retracts back into his hand. He's been on many adventures with Kit, Hex, and Bella. He's acerbic and observational.
All right. All right. So yeah, I'm getting a lot of pings, by the way, that the sound is sort of. So I don't directly control. I do control the volume a little bit for Foundry, but you can also adjust it to your personal preferences with the little musical note tab up here on the top right. So I'm gonna turn it all down a little bit, a nudge. Um, but also, if it's still not quite where you want it, just click on that musical note tab, and there's like the playlist, ambient, interface, and you can adjust those controls to um, get it to wherever you like it. Um, but awesome. So as the four of you stand individually, um, by yourselves, you are not together in this dreamscape, and this is where we find your characters for the first time beneath this alien sky. And then suddenly, the sentinels in unison turn their antediluvian gaze as if the very space around their heads is warping to acquiesce to their glower. As your mind begins to crack, you suddenly find yourself staring at the ceiling above your bed. It is morning, and you are awake. Your pad whines with the necessity of an urgent message. Some sort of explosion at a tech genie arcology. One of GOILEM's clients. Immediate pea shooter deployment, even though it's probably a maintenance screw up like usual. And now at this point, I'm going to switch to here. And as we further get to know our characters, I'd like you to take a second to describe your where does your character live? What's their home look like, real quick, and how are they getting to the bomb site that they've just been pinged about? And again, we'll just go down my list, which is Hex. You go first.
All right. So Hex doesn't need much as far as living with at-home luxuries. He is a robot, and so his living quarters is somewhat small, not very decorated, very function over fashion. As he awakens from his low power state, he steps out of his sleeping zone and makes his way to the door. He doesn't really have much to get ready for the day. He kind of heads out immediately after this pad has been pinged and makes his way out. I imagine there's a plethora of public transit of some sort.
Yeah, there's you have hoppers that people have personal vehicles like hoppers, but generally you're a little bit well-to-do if you have a hopper. I think that you'd be pretty solidly upper class, probably an executive of some sort, most likely. But otherwise, there's definitely going to be public transit hoppers like buses and some sort of rail system integrated into the city. This is the Chicago or Great Lakes Arcocomplex Metronetwork, specifically in the Chicago Arcocomplex. So looking out the window of your apartments, you see this hyper dense urban, not urban sprawl, but an urban vertical sprawl. There it is, ad hoc in nature. There are uh, um, sky bridges and elevated platforms and squares and roads that overlap each other in a uh, frenzied cascade of construction and human um, ingenuity, really. So you are all firmly within the majority, so middle lower class in this dystopian cyberpunk world, meaning that you are probably not near the upper levels of any building that you live in. It is constantly gloomy and dark. That isn't to say that you ever get the pitch black of an actual night, because there is also the constant glow of uh, neon lights and advertisements and hoppers zooming by for emergency purposes or just people out on a joyride. Uh, so it is a constant gloom, basically, at the level that you most likely reside at. So that is all to say, yes, Hex would have access to a public transit network to get him to the bomb site.
Okay, so yeah, steps outside and hops on a bus or hails a cab or what have you to get to where he's heading. Um, Assuming that everybody's meeting there.
Cool. And Kit, what does Kit's place look like?
Kit's place, I imagine she has one of those like Wall Street or big business like rows of clocks that are telling the time in different time zones in the world, and she checks those to make sure that it's the appropriate times and she hasn't lost any time. She didn't wake up 24 hours later than she was supposed to or something. Everything's as it should be. And then below that, there's sort of like a conspiracy board of what looks like kind of weird hand-drawn shadowy people in robes and weird occult symbols that they look like they're not copied out of any book or anything, just drawn from memory. And she looks at that for a little bit and then just grabs a quick bite to eat on her way. I imagine she has some kind of like low-powered scooter or moped sort of thing that she would use to get between her public transport options. So I imagine we're like many miles away from, I don't know, the headquarters or wherever we're meeting first.
Yeah, you are headed directly to the bomb site. I mean, you all
Oh, okay.
received an urgent message and deployment notice to your pads, so you're headed directly to the bomb site. The bomb site's it's a narratively appropriate distance from wherever you live.
So I imagine the scooter's mostly just to get to the
So
closest
I think
public transport.
Yeah, I think that I like the idea. I totally am down with the idea of Kit just having a whatever the future version of a moped is, a little hopper ped, um, that, that she can putter along on to get to the bomb site, or at least
Yeah,
to a bus pickup. And
probably a couple decades out of date and in dire need of some maintenance, but
yeah, maybe it actually uses it actually has a combustion engine component to it, which doesn't really make sense, but nevertheless, there's fumes just spewing out the back of it to power it. But yeah, I like that. So awesome. So and Kit lives in some sort of George Webb slash Charlie Day combination apartment.
hmm
Um, perfect. Bella, where does Bella live, and how is she getting to the bomb site?
So Bella's apartment would be kept very clean and everything in its place. But she would probably have been up for a couple hours already, just still used to the mercenary lifestyle and making sure that you're up like right at dawn. Um, but she checks for any other messages from any other people that may have sent them overnight. But she'd probably have some sort of motorcycle to get wherever in the city that she needs to.
Oh, cool. I like it. Yeah, like Pris from Bubblegum Crisis or something. I'm imagining just like an act in contrast to Kit's anachronistic moped thing. Bella has like an actual sort of like motorcycle where the rider has like a leather jacket and probably smokes future cigarettes and hangs out leaning on walls.
Yeah.
All right, cool. And now Charles, where does Charles Marlowe live? This I'm excited to hear about.
Charles Marlowe lives in a flop house, not because he has to, but because he wants to. He doesn't have a bed. He just has a couch, a table, two bottles of whiskey, one of which is empty, and he's covered in newspapers. Again, not because he has to, but because he wants to. He's filled his head with enough old noir films that this is what he sees as how he's supposed to live. As soon as the alarm goes off, he sits up and a narrative patter starts through his head. The first thing he thinks is, it was dark, darker than last night's leftover coffee. Knocks over one of the empty bottles of whiskey, gets up, holds his head in his hand, again, not because he has a headache, but because he thinks he has to. Stands up, wipes off his clothes, grabs his hat, and just heads out the door, down the stairs, past the old caretaker of the flop house, puts his hat on, steps outside, lights a cigarette, and flags a cab.
Um,
do you have to go to like antique stores to find newspapers to cover
yeah,
yourself
I
with?
was gonna say like where is Charles getting these newspapers? Does he just have like a supply of these somehow, or is it just the
He prints them himself.
he just
Yeah,
has like the
he just
narrative
prints them off
supply of he has
himself. They're just old news stories, and he just covers himself in them. When he gets up, he just crumbles them up, throws them away, stands up, and then at the end at night, he just covers himself up with them again.
yeah, like he has like the last printer, and actually that's where all his money is going. That's why he lives in this crappy apartment because he's spending all his earnings on ink. No one makes ink anymore. It now literally is like space like diamonds in value.
Exactly.
Awesome. All right. So with that, we will move to the bomb site. For some reason, okay, everyone is now pulled over. Perfect. Your vehicle or vehicles approach the ruins of their ecology blast zone at a couple hundred meters altitude. Emerging from the heavy shadows of the larger Arco complex, the vehicle suddenly fills with natural sunlight. You feel uneasy, and it takes you a moment to realize that your unease is due to how unnatural it is to see sunlight percolate down to this level of the Arco complex. The explosion must have punched a vertical column straight through the arcology and into the sky above. Under the unusual spotlight of a sunny, clear sky, an utter ruin unfurls before your vehicle's viewports. concrete and steel rubble create an unwieldy terrain already set upon by municipal responders trying vainly to retrieve survivors and dig out the myriad dead beneath the debris of the once behemoth arcology structure. Circling to a landing, a nearby group of overalled responders can be seen digging into the debris, presumably trying to get at a body. In the distance, spires of Bucky composite stretch and twist out of the rubble like burnt claws reaching for the sky far above. As you exit your vehicle, you can see one of the nearby you hear one of the nearby responders exclaim with frustration. Every time we think we're close, it seems like the body gets farther away. This is a nightmare. Rage and sobs follow shortly after. That's another one. A tired voice from off to the side. There's a man dressed in a municipal enforcement management uniform. His nose deep into a handheld datapad as he manages logistics of the operation. We've had 13 breakdowns already since we started just barely a couple hours ago. I suppose you're the GOILEM pea shooters here now. $1 short and an hour late as usual. Guess I should just be happy you're not authorized to shoot me. The site is yours. And in a moment, I will introduce you to this guy. All right. You see on his either you see a name badge or, depending on your character, your heads up display that might be built into your body itself, or you just might have a contact lens that projects a HUD. Informs you that this grizzled, very tired, middle-aged man is municipal investigator Steven. And at this point, he has given you control of the site to do with as you will, as you are the designated field actuaries responsible for the investigation at this point. You can now mechanically go about the site. You basically need to find clues for what happened here, who caused it, and if you can track them down and stop them from doing it again.
When he said something about 13 or 14 breakdowns or something, is he talking about like their equipment or something?
And I'm gonna also share the front note of that to you guys because you can see that. He is talking about the actual responders. There are scattered about the bomb site and the rubble countless emergency responders attempting to clear debris and find survivors, though at this point that's a bit of a stretch. Really, they're mostly trying to recover bodies.
Okay.
So, possibly start digging. I mean, is there any is there any specific place they've been digging that looks different?
That they've been digging that looks different.
Well, is there any specific place that looks maybe more charred or more destroyed or have something in it that the rest of the site doesn't seem to have in it?
Uh, sure. Yeah, I think okay. So I think that would be a hard perception check. I'd like to have you roll for that. I think. So you're sort of scanning the site to see where there's uh, uh, notable divergence from the rest of the destruction. Is that about right?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that'll be a hard perception check. So to do that, you can either go into your character sheet through the side panel and click on perception to roll, or you can click on your little character token itself directly, and a pop-up on the top left will appear that will open rolls for you as well. And a perception check would be under general.
Okay, how do I go into my character sheet from the app here, or should I just go ahead and just grab my look at my
So if you go on the top right, there
Mm-hmm.
is going to be a tab with a bunch of little meeples, like 3 meeples together. That's the actors
Yep.
directory. And then there should be a folder or at least a character in that tab that's your character's name. And you can just
Oh,
double
there
click
it
on
is.
your character. Yep. And then bring up your roll and then add dice as appropriate. Like this is a hard perception check. I am not going to spend a GM point to make your first roll harder for you. Okay, now I'll fix that for you, Flame, in just a second.
Actually, I do have access. I think maybe the link in the character sheet might just go to the wrong place.
Oh, weird. Okay.
I'm sorry, I keep forgetting I'm a push to talk. A hard perception check would have an extra purple, right?
Yeah, it'd be 3 purple.
Okay. I am. I'm looking specifically for differences. Will that give me any kind of a boost or anything, or help me out?
Um, I'll say that if anyone's going to assist with it, they can give you a boost for that. I don't think that's specific, just like looking for differences
Okay,
is
that's
going to
fair.
give you a boost, though.
Okay. And also, can I spend a point? Do we all have action points, something like that?
Yes, you do. Yeah, you all have story points, so you can absolutely spend a story point. So on the bottom right, just click on the little 4 above PCs, and that'll burn the story point, and then you can upgrade. Uh, and then yeah, then you can upgrade on your roll screen. There should be an upgrade button at the top of it.
All right. So upgrade. There we go. So it's a yellow, a green, and 3 purple.
That
Would that be correct?
sounds right. Yeah.
All right. And then I roll down here at the bottom where it says roll, I guess.
Yep. We should get some fancy 3D dice splash across the screen.
Nice.
Sweet. Yes, with
Makes it all work.
and I still need to use paper notes because at heart I am much like Charles Marlowe, an old man who prefers stupid old technology. So you got a threat. So I'm gonna pocket that threat, and don't worry about that right now. Uh,
Sure, I'm not worried about that threat. That's
Nothing
fine.
to see here.
yeah, just that'll happen. I don't want to pocket that one too. Okay. With that, you do. And who is this? This is Charles. Okay, cool. So perfect. Yeah. So Charles, as he scans the rubble and destruction, you something catches your eye. A glint in the light, actually, but it doesn't seem to necessarily really be physical light. It's something that you can detect through your mind's eye and with your occult knowledge. Um, you see occult runes um, etched into various parts of the debris. You see a column or maybe a door frame here that has a rune that sort of glimmers with magical energy that's albeit fading even as you look at it. you see a support beam somewhere else that also has this, a faint trace of runic carvings on it.
Oyster peepers over here. And I point to it. I point to the area and explain what I saw.
So would people who aren't inclined with the occult abilities be able to see this as well if he points it out?
Yeah, with Charles pointing it out and bringing your attention to it, you can definitely see it. I think that, uh, however, you it's sort of has a sense of epiphany, kind of, right? It's something that it should have been obvious to you. You should have been able to spot it. I think especially Bella having her military training, but for whatever reason, um, presumably occult in nature, you weren't able to detect it yourself until Charles explicitly pointed it out.
I would like to sort of open up my mind telepathically, see if I can find any survivors who are still buried. And then, I don't know, maybe get an impression of, assuming that I can rescue them or point them out to be rescued or whatever. See if I get an impression of like who they saw before the incident, if there's anything strange.
Okay, yeah. Um, Okay, yeah, I'm trying to think what role. You're something like a chronopathy check, basically. You want to sort of peer into time.
Uh, I was thinking, well, I guess whatever makes more sense to you. I was thinking telepathy to see if there's any survivors, and I could like just like scan their thoughts or whatever and see what they had seen. But if chronopathy and see, I don't know, get some kind of idea of what happened.
Sure, yeah, I think okay. So I think that I get what you're saying now. Yeah, there'd be two routes you can take this. You can either do a telepathy check, and with that telepathy check, you'll just be trying to reach out with your mind and exactly like you said, sense um, any living entities, any other minds that might be buried in the rubble, right? And perhaps even if you're lucky, scrape some thoughts from them. Uh,
Okay.
chronopathy. Um, it's the problem of living in the written word on the internet. Um, chronopathy would be more of peering into time to see if you can get a view, almost like a security camera footage thing.
Mm-hmm. I think I would shoot for the telepathy first, just to make sure if there's any survivors that we do find them.
Okay, awesome. So yeah, that will be a that's going to be a hard telepathy check. So 3 purple.
Okay. All right, I'm not going to upgrade it or anything. Maybe I can argue for a boost. If there are any people alive down here, I'm sure they're thinking very strongly about what's going on with them.
That's okay. Yeah, I'll give you a boost for that. That's fair. I think that yes, whoever is surviving is screaming both physically and mentally for help right now.
Okay. Right.
Wow. Okay.
Is this a spell? Should I take strain for this?
Yeah, this would be yeah. Take your that's 2 strain, I think, right, for
Cool. Yeah.
casting by default. Yep. So take strain for that. And yeah, with it, that's success and no other no orthogonal results. So that's fine, I guess. No, not mad about it. That's fine. Um, you I you don't you sense minds in distress beneath the rubble. You uh, don't you can't scrape any thoughts from them, but you are able to pinpoint where they are in the rubble and direct the responders to dig in the correct places. Um, Before I get more into that, describe for me what Kit is actually doing, how Kit is reaching out with this.
I imagine Charles is sort of trying to get her attention due to their sort of shared occult-y backgrounds, and then she's just sort of like wandering away in a trance. And as she gets like over one particular spot and kind of snaps out of it and like calls the rescuers over to dig here.
Awesome. And the rescuers responding to your commands because, uh, as I said, as being field actuaries, or colloquially known as pea shooters for the insurance company offering coverage, you basically have super authority over even the municipal investigators. And the EMTs, as you watch them dig, um, roll an average perception check for me. Um, and
Average
regardless of
perception.
the outcomes of the average perception check, you do see them pull some survivors out of the rubble, who are breathless and in dire straits and thankful. Um, just keep that threat. And with those successes, as they're digging out the survivors that you've detected, you actually, distressingly, you feel at least one of the minds blink out and sublimate back into the ether. You also see, you inform the responders of this, and so that they don't waste their time saving someone who can't be saved at this point and can move on to more urgent matters. However, as they move on, you swear that the rubble uh, shifts in an unnatural way. A stone clatters down the side of a heap, seemingly leaping of its own volition off of the rock, even though the responders have moved on already.
Hmm. All right.
So, Hex and Bella, how are you guys going to go about investigating? What actions would you
I
like to
think
take?
I think Hex is going to take note of what Charles has already shown, and Kit pointing out the extra box that were beneath us. He's going to pull out his pad and attempt to check out maybe local camera footage for the streets and see if anything anything of note from before the explosion went off, whether it's some other kind of um, peek into the otherworldly window that we noticed, or if we can see um, a person or a being that planted a physical bomb, or what this might be.
Okay, yeah, perfect. So that is going to be so that's a hard computers check. So 3 purple.
Okie doke. And I'm good with that. Did you want to do anything to it, or?
I'm not going to go do anything to this roll. Not,
All right.
not your rolls are safe for me for now.
Except for all those little threat tally marks he's making
So
down.
don't even worry. Don't
Oh Lord.
pay no mind to those. Ooh boy.
That shouldn't be a problem.
No, that's fantastic.
No problems
I
here.
love it. But yeah, with that success though, you with that quite a bit of success, you detect, you're able to identify access ports to the local security mesh network. That's primarily owned by the arcology. Even with the arcology down, there's still a lot of parts of it still in existence, or still up and running and functioning. Um, just because for timing's sake, I'm not gonna bog us down in network encounter quite yet. So,
Sure.
but yes, you are able to do that. I think that to I'll say that you actually, yeah, you access the computer network and are able to retrieve, get right into the security footage. And um, the meager footage that is still available to you shows you, um, and this is the sort of the 24-hour 24-hour camera archive. You see snippets of someone dressed in very raggedy, um, antiquated clothing, clearly not from, uh, clearly does not live in the Arco complex just based on their body language and that the way that they sort of wander through the halls of the arcology. And um, is wearing a jacket uh, with you catch a patch on the coat that they're wearing, which again is like very raggedy and unwashed. It's almost barely a coat anymore, but it has a packet a patch embroidered onto its front with a an infinity symbol slash Ouroboros combined, a snake dragon eating its own tail in the shape of infinity.
Okay.
And,
Does Hex recognize that at all?
yes, and I was going to say, you recognize that as uh, a symbol of a cult that has uh, become frequently become an entity of interest for GOILEM and also all the other insurance corporations, the Incos. And it is the Church of the New Age. They are based. They are not part of. They don't live in the Arco complex. They don't live in the cities in these last urban bastions of humanity. These people live out in the reclaimed wilds, the abandoned suburban and rural parts of the world that nature has reclaimed and that has become a breeding ground for uh, strange cults and uh, new forms of worship, since the rest of society has basically abandoned them. And this one is based
Yeah.
in
So
Gary, by the way. That was a key part that I forgot to say on that verbiage. Yeah, this Church of the New Age is based out of Gary, which is a bit of a schlep out of Chicago.
Okay. Um, so Hex points that out, and he's kind of got his pad out in the footage pulled up in like a 3D hologram, and he's forwarding through it, rewinding, zooming in, all this stuff. And while he's doing this, he notices the patch, zooms in, and shares it with everyone else, saying, "This is, I believe this is work done by the Church of the New Age. Um, we could potentially go investigate them or check out." You said that they're like this church, their headquarters or whatever, they're based out of Gary, or
Yes, so you know that there is the primary headquarters of the church is Gary, or
okay.
in Gary.
Uh, so we know where that is. We could potentially head to Gary. We can continue investigating, but this is at least something that we have now.
Should we maybe we could just call them and ask them if they know the guy? You know?
Are you asking this in character, or is this like a GM
Yeah,
question?
in character.
Oh, okay. So go ahead. But yeah, as characters, you know that you would not be able to. Hex would know at least. You cannot call the mystery cults and the sort of wildland residents. They the reason that they have succumbed to these uh, strange behaviors is because society, like all infrastructure, all governance, and municipal engagement has abandoned them. It does not leave the arcologies. They do not
Okay,
have
I see.
network access for the most part at all.
You could. Hex turns. Who has said that?
Kit.
Was it Kit? Uh, Hex turns to Kit and says, "You could try calling them, but you'd have to scream awfully hard."
Point taken.
Hex is getting sassy with his delimited sentience. Okay, real quick. Also, I am sharing this with you. You all have access to this, but this is a. So this is in
Oh.
the. This is a shared Google Doc, so you can all collaboratively add notes to that as you're playing. By the way.
So that was
Make it.
Church of the New Age?
Yeah, that was the Church of the New Age, based out of Gary.
Is that Gary, Indiana? I don't know my
Yeah,
Midwest.
yeah, it'd be Gary. It'd be Gary, Indiana. Bella, what is Bella doing right now? Let's check in with her.
Um, so Bella would just look at what Charles is kind of pointing out, just to see if there's anything that she can get from this weird thing that's here. Um, and then if not, she would just look for any sort of like explosion caused by like a physical weapon, and that sort of evidence.
Sure, yeah. Um, I suppose that that'd be a perception or knowledge science uh, check I'd be willing to do for trying to like look at the sort of nature of the explosion if you can detect anything.
Well, it looks like they're the same thing, so
Okay.
either one.
And yeah, that would be a that would be hard. That'd be also 3 purple.
Any other adjustments to it?
I am not gonna add any upgrades or anything to it.
All right.
Nice. Cool, cool, cool. Um, so yeah, with that success, as Bella sort of kneels down and looks at some of the residue of the explosion, you can tell that it is a not just an unnatural explosion collapse. It's very much supernatural. There is some sort of occult or arcane or mystical element to the explosion. Um, and you can tell us how you are able to detect that occult residue. I don't have anything particular in mind, but you can, yeah, I'll give that to you to describe what that sort of looks like to Bella.
The blast marks don't really seem like they've come from any sort of bomb or any sort of physical weapon, so it just doesn't seem familiar at all. So it's just kind of like if it's not an actual weapon, then it's got to be mystical in nature.
Okay, yeah, so by process of elimination, Bella is determined that this is not a purely natural bomb. And
Charles, how much do you know about these New Age types? Do they? Is this? I don't know. Is this building on a ley line or something? Why? Why here?
Why does anyone do anything?
I look at Bella somewhat helplessly.
New age, old
I don't know.
age seems like the same age to me.
Yeah, but do you have any useful information for this task?
So, I do have some occult knowledge, right?
Yeah, you
I
can roll an
have,
occult knowledge check.
yeah, I have occultist. I have occult underground contacts too, so maybe I can think of somebody that we could ask that might have a little more information about this specific branch, or is it one specific cult, or is it a branch of a cult?
This is one specific cult. So
Have they been really active in the area? Do we know if they've been active in the area? Or is this like a new thing we've just discovered?
I think Church of the New Age has become increasingly active in the new area. They're definitely not unknown. Typically, the cults tend to keep to themselves and stay in their particular regions. But for whatever reason, yeah, the Church of the New Age has they've sent out not necessarily been involved in crime frequently in Chicago, but they've definitely their presence has increased in terms of recruiters, and they've even begun to maybe evangelize a little bit, which is, I would say, unusual. That strikes you as strange.
But a bombing like a skyscraper is a little out of character for
Yeah,
them.
that's still exactly that's still somewhat extreme.
All right, so yeah, I think probably if I want to do an occult roll, I could probably just figure out if maybe does this look like it was planted to look like them. Then, if this seems bigger than what they normally do, can I roll to find out if this was made to look like them to mask something else.
Um, okay. Yeah, you can do that. Sorry, you can do that. I'm just trying to think of like what that role would actually be in terms of a difficulty.
Well, maybe I could
That'd
find a
be
contact and ask him about it because I could say something like, "This doesn't seem like their work. They're small time. This is bigger than them," and then maybe find some sort of contact I have that I can, you know, push around a little.
sure. Yeah. Go ahead and roll an occult knowledge check. Um, or do you just want to? Because I think you have an ability that lets you reach out to a contact as like once per session or something, right?
Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm wondering if we're done with the site specifically, so I can
Oh, sure.
um, talk to an underground contact from a small favor from a single occult group, um, even if they don't owe me a favor. So I can go lean on somebody from an occult group and not the Church of the New Age,
Yeah,
but
you don't
a
want to go
different.
directly to. Okay, yeah, yeah, definitely, 100%. So I think that you can do that if you reach out to your contact. Um, yeah. So one, I guess your contact itself isn't going to be the person who would be able to give you information directly on this, I don't think, but they can point you in the right direction. Uh, and especially if you're going to give your contact sort of a description of what you found, like the runes and stuff. Is that and that there's a weird explosion? Is that part of it?
Right. So I would tell my contact, hey, um, um, let me think about that for 1 second. I
Sure.
would tell my contact that something happened, that it was not, it was by a group that doesn't normally do this sort of thing, do they have any information about another group that's active that's trying to hide what they're doing and make it look like by framing other groups, basically?
Sure. Okay. Yeah. So would there be someone doing false flags? Have they heard of? Um,
Yeah, essentially. Unless
your
somebody else has something different they'd like me to ask, I don't know. That's just off top of my head. If somebody has something else that they think is
Um,
motivating.
maybe if they know any reason why this building would be targeted. If there's anything special about this location.
Oh yeah, that's a good one too. Okay, so I can ask those two things.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So you're asking the false flag and whether this building would be targeted, or why
Absolutely,
if there's some reason why this building would be targeted.
absolutely.
Sure. So yeah, when you ask that, and you're just using, are you spending a story point to declare like a contact for like a small favor, or are you using your ability? I'm just trying to figure out where the contact's coming from.
Well, it says I can collect a small favor from a member of a single occult group, even if they don't owe me a favor.
Oh, okay, cool.
Um,
Uh,
my favor is find out if somebody is uh, doing these jobs to mask their actual. So I guess I would ask them, and then the information would come a little bit later, unless they know right now.
yeah, so you ask them, so I'll have you sort of explain how you're asking them, if it's like by text message or call, but um, in either way, you don't you do get an immediate response as far as like initial information goes. Um, that there um, there have been some high level suits and corporate actors uh, uh, looking for some pretty intense occult uh, magic work. Your contact would tell you that it might be um, there might be some sort of corporate espionage or warfare afoot, but they're not sure. That's not something that they've been involved with, but they have heard uh, that the Teleporters Guild um, uh, might have actually picked up a contract from them.
Sorry, the corporation that was in this building had a contract with the Teleporters Guild?
No, not the corporation that was in this building, but just that there are corps there have been suits from various corporations. The rumor is that they're looking for very high level, uh, complicated magic contract work, or they've been
Okay.
asking for people to do work for them. Uh, and I don't think Charles, you would be able to, you wouldn't get the specific names of anyone from them, but they did tell you that the Teleporters Guild is the word on the street is that the Teleporters Guild might have taken up one of those contracts.
Okay.
And
Sorry.
no, that's good. It did. Yeah. Was there any other sort of investigative checks that anyone wanted to do?
Um, I don't know. I don't think I have anything to do, although I feel like our knowledge is a little tenuous for us to just go head over to Gary and knock on the front door of the headquarters or whatever, but uh
Yeah. I mean, I think so. To be clear, you have so stepping back with mechanically for a second, you do have the lead to Gary, and then you also have a lead to the Teleporters Guild. I think at this point.
So is there a local chapter of the guild?
Yes, yeah. The Teleporters Guild is just one of the many occult shops. It's not literally a guild; it's just a shop that
Okay.
does occult work.
So that seems like a good place to start. We can find out what was going on here maybe, and then hopefully they will want to tell us that so that we can stop it from continuing to happen.
Seems fine
Yeah,
to
if
me.
someone's looking for a big job, this would be a pretty good resume.
Or the Cult of the New Age is trying to stop whatever was going on here. Seems a little
Ooh, that's
extreme.
good. I like that.
And as you are discussing um, your next steps, you hear the rubble begin to shift around you in various spots, and suddenly the EMTs you see, or the emergency responders, you see them run away screaming in
This isn't
terror
me.
from
I didn't do
something.
this.
And out of the rubble, you see two groups of these of what looked to
Hmm.
be victims of the explosion, their bodies bloodied and crumpled, and limbs bent in unnatural ways. However, their eyes are totally black, and there is this dark, like shadowy smoke almost sub evaporating off of their bodies. And yeah, the two groups of them, a group of uh, five. Whoops, not 50, five. There we go. That'd be a lot. A group of five of them, and this group of five looks to be uh, they all look to be old. It looks like that when they were alive, they were elderly, older people, and then another group of four who seem to be a more sort of general mix uh, of age demography, representative of the area. And they lurch out. And at that, I'm going to put all of us into. Whoa, that's too much into combat. I'm trying to put us all into combat, which means now you can go to the little fist on the top right, click on that, and there should be a little polyhedron, D20 on the far right next to your particular character. Click on that, and you will be able to roll initiative. This will be a vigilance check, unless you have a very good reason why you were expecting zombies to show up.
Yeah, I knew this was going to happen.
Just always assuming the worst. And
Ghoul, she's so vigilant.
And just as a quick explanatory thing, Foundry, it doesn't just the nature of Foundry itself, it does not differentiate between, or does not let you make sort of undifferentiated initiative rolls. So, nevertheless, you guys can swap your PC slots however you want, as per normal rules. Uh, Charles, are you able to find the initiative roll?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure this stuff out. It's
Yeah, no
not good
worries.
with these things.
No,
Where's
no
it at
worries.
again?
So on the top right of your screen, there's like a little fist, and that's the combat tracker. So click on that, and then down below there should be a list of actors, including Charles Marlowe, with a little D20 on the far right. There you go, perfect. All right, and the ghouls get the first slots, which makes sense because they are a giant group of ghouls. They emerge out of the rubble at medium range from all of you, and I am assuming that you are all within short range of each other at this moment. So the way that I'm doing this is I have these little combat range band trackers that I've set up here. Um, for now, I'm just putting them in kit paprikis because that is going to be the same for all of you until you start moving, and then that is a bridge that we will cross when we get to it. So, who rolled the most threat so far? That's what I want to know.
Hex rolled 4
It's
threat.
gotta
with
be
that.
Hex, yeah.
Yeah, with his computer check.
Okay.
It was him. He did it.
Yeah, like, it was Hex. Hex rolled the most threat. And with that, yeah, I'm gonna move. So both of the ghouls, and that's perfect. The groups of ghouls leer towards Hex as they claw through the rubble, and they will take. Yeah, so they will take both the. They'll actually enter engaged with Hex, spending an action for their second maneuver, so they don't have to take strain, and then their one maneuver. But that also means that they cannot do anything this round. So Hex, right up in Hex's face, you have a group of 9 ghouls actually, and it
That's
is
a lot
now
of ghouls.
to the
That is a
PCs.
lot. For somebody that's not combat focused, that's a lot.
Hex, get out of there.
All right, so are we all right with Hex acting first?
I'm definitely cool with it.
All right.
Yeah.
Hex is going to attempt to break away a little bit and set some distance between him and the crowd of ghouls coming towards him. So he'll spend. You know what? Before he does that, he'll take an action to attack one of them. Just whatever's closest to him. He's got his palm stunner, and he's gonna take a swing at one of them.
Nice. Okay, yeah. Go for it. That's it's a 2 difficulty brawl, I think. Yeah. You do get a lot of advantage though.
Okay. I will say that with 2 of the advantage, I think I can spend to perform a maneuver or something like that.
I
Isn't
think
that
you
one of the
can.
things I can do?
I think that's right. I think it's 2 for a maneuver.
Yeah. So I think you can get a free or not, like strainless maneuver, but you still have to be within 2 maneuvers, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, I will do that. And get one range band away from them.
Okay.
And then with the other advantage, I'll pass a blue die to whoever's next. Just saying that I'm distracting them enough with me running away.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I think so. As they lurch towards you, you sort of swing at them with your palm stunner, and whatever semblance of sentience that has possessed their bodies and infested these corpses knows enough to sort of rear back and step away from your stunner, which leaves them a little bit flat-footed as you are able to bounce away. Who would like to go next?
I would
Well,
like to go. I was going to augment Bella before she goes. If that's okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
go
was
ahead.
also thinking of doing bonus to everybody.
What is that?
Coordinated assault.
What does that do?
Engaged with character. Okay. So I'd have to be engaged with. Yeah. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I am going to kind of instinctively reach up and focus on Bella's timeline and make her perception of time her time appears to be going slower for her. She appears to be going faster for everyone else. So I want to do an augment with haste. So that's augment, haste, and increase the range to short. Actually, I think the default's short, right?
Yes. Let me pull up the
Let's see.
metapsychic spell stuff.
Oh, default is average. DD,
Yeah,
so it's 2.
this would be 3 purple.
That'd be 3. Yeah, I think I'll stick with 3. So that's going to be chronopathy. Added difficulty, and I think we had a floating boost from Hex, is that right?
Yep, you get the boost from Hex.
Alright. Let's see, what are my talents here? Okay, before I make the skill check, I have to do that one. Let's see. I'll go ahead and take a wound in order to add a success to this.
Oh, nice, with power.
With strength of the flesh, I'll really tap in, just a little bit of a ear bleed.
Awesome.
Okay, so Bella, you are going to be getting an extra green dice to all your checks, and additionally, you can perform a second maneuver during your turn without spending strain. And you still have the normal limit of 2, but you can do your maneuvers for free.
Awesome. Yeah, what does this look like as Kit is sacrificing her own physical well-being to
Well,
imbue
it's
Bella
only
with
one
this?
wound, so it's just a little trickle of blood coming out of the ear, and no biggie.
Out of the ear? I was thinking
Coach says
nose.
it's good to bleed from the ear.
Yeah.
Well, as the wounds trickle up, more blood, I'm sure. Yeah, and then Bella basically is moving at, not super speed, but definitely faster than normal humans are capable of.
Awesome. So yeah, then we will. Did you have another?
Oh,
You have a maneuver
yes.
skill, yeah. So are you using maneuver?
Yeah, I want to back away to medium range for these things.
Okay. Let me just. I'm gonna do. Well, okay, so we'll try this.
If I can, I just want to kind of circle around my allies and keep the allies at the same range.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out a way to do this.
Yeah, I'm curious if there's a way that
I need to
actually links all of them to the same.
No, just the way these tokens work. They're like their own. They're unlinked. Each token is a unique entity. But this will be the ones in Hex's band will be like the ones that we actually operate off of. These are just
the real ones.
tracker
Okay.
ones. Yeah. So yeah, they are medium from you now.
And with my advantage, I want to recover a couple strain and then also pass Bella a boost, just as a side effect of the magic.
All right, cool. Yep. Recover your strain. You took 2 strain earlier, right? So you can recover that 2
Yes.
strain. So you basically
Yes.
zero out your strain loss for this spell. And Bella, you will get a boost. Let me add that. And Bella, it is your turn now. As meta psychic chronopathic energy just burns through your veins.
So I'm technically not engaged with any of my allies currently, correct?
Yeah, I generally I'll assume that you all start at like short range from each other because I'm assuming you're usually sticking together as a group.
Okay.
But you're not like hugging each other. Unless you specifically want to like hug it out for one scene or something, which is strange, but that's on you guys. You can do it.
Yeah, well, I kind of have to be a little bit closer to kind of do some of these talents. So, let's see. So, I will basically move into engaged range with Charles and use the coordinated assault. So I will give Charles an advantage to all combat checks they make. And then I will fire with my action on just whichever one is closest.
Okay, so you're using a maneuver to enter engaged with Charles, and then a second maneuver, which is free, right? Because of
Yep.
the to do the coordinated assault. To, not it looks like upgrade, but it's not an upgrade. I'm just putting it that adds an advantage to each of his checks. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then
And
what's
then
your
you do have a free maneuver, right? Or she had to
Yeah.
move, right? And then do the
Yeah.
assault?
Move
Okay.
and then coordinated
Okay.
assault.
Yeah, which were okay. So that's two maneuvers. So now you're you have an action still.
Yes.
All right, cool. And yeah, what would you like to do for your action? Are you just shooting at one of these ghouly ghouls?
Yeah, just whichever one is closest. What?
They're both the same distance about.
Okay.
So do you want to shoot at old ghouls or young ghouls?
I'm just gonna shoot at the larger group. Hopefully
Okay,
make it a
that
little
would be
bit
the
less effective.
yeah, that'd be the older ghouls is the larger group.
Need to update the skill for the weapon. Okay. All right. And then add an extra green, and then there was the
You get the
boost
boost,
as
yep.
well. And medium range is
2 purple.
yeah 2.
Oh, are they medium or short?
They are medium.
Oh, medium from her. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I see.
Okay. I think that's it.
Let me make sure that they don't have any. Yep, they don't have adversary or anything.
That's some damage.
Nice.
Yeah,
And
so-
you have. Oh no. Okay, no advantages. It was a wash
Yeah,
on
no
advantages.
advantage, so just the
Um,
damage.
sweet. So yeah, so that does. You're a couple of your shots just fall into dead flesh, and the ghouls barely flinch. However, the majority of it, 10 to be specific, uh, sort of shreds the group of older ghouls, and two of them just basically fall apart at the seams. They're already damaged, dilapidated bodies that had been crushed by the debris are now basically mere puffs of viscera and gore as they dissipate. However, there are still three of the old ghouls left. And is that everyone? No, Charles still has to go, right?
All right. So, as soon as these guys popped up, Charles steps back and goes, "These guys are deader than yesterday's news cycle," and then pops off a shot when it's his turn with his rail blaster.
All right, go for it. And remember,
Can the
you
rest
get.
of the party take strain whenever he says something like that?
I. If you take strain for
No,
that,
it's a boost.
I will give you a boost for it. Yeah.
I'll take a strain for it.
Okay.
I'll take a strain.
Yeah, sure. I'll give you a boost for that. I think that's hilarious. As like Charles quips just stress everyone out.
There's a Keyforge talent where
Yeah.
when you make a knowledge
A
check, you can
know-it-all.
get a bunch of boosts if your allies take strain. I feel like
Yeah.
there could be something similar.
So Charles, when you make this roll, you can actually add an advantage directly to the results by clicking on that icon.
Okay, cool. So I get it's a 3 green, 2 purple, and 1 blue. I get a boost from somebody else, and can I aim once? Right? So that's another boost.
Did you get a boost from? Oh yeah, you got a
That
boost.
Gave me a boost?
Right. From
I gave
the,
it to Bella.
Oh, but Bella gave
Yeah,
a boost to.
the
Oh no, that was the
advantage.
advantage what you gave. Okay, so yeah, no boost, but you get
Oh,
the
right.
advantage.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. And yeah, which one are you shooting
How do
at?
I get rid of them?
Just right click on the boost.
There we go. Okay, so I am shooting at the ones that have already been hit.
Okay.
Concentrating fire, I think, is a fine idea. Okay.
Awesome. Yeah. Go. Yeah. Go ahead. Roll. Nice. All right. So,
That's
seven.
3 advantages.
You have 2 advantages, I think.
Yeah, but I.
Oh,
Oh,
you
2
didn't add
advantages.
your. Oh, you. Well, yeah. Okay. Yeah. You didn't add the advantage to the roll. So yeah, you do have 3 advantages.
Do I, or does it automatically?
If it
There
does,
is a
it'll.
broken image there.
Oh, there.
I don't.
Oh,
Oh,
there
okay, I
is.
see it. Yeah,
Okay. Then never mind.
Yeah. Oh, that looks like it's a boost. I can't see
that would be
whatever
the
the boost ended up as.
Then that would have been the advantage. Okay, so I get 2 successes and 3 advantages, and can I use that 3 advantage to instantly like? That's like a crit, right?
Yeah, that is a crit actually. You are right. So, um, yeah. You pop one. Uh, tell me what you do. Because one immediately just explodes, and then 2 more sort of from your flurry of gunfire collapse, and the older ghouls have basically fallen back into heaps of blood and gore and are no longer active.
All right, so yeah, so I just fire at those guys, and as soon as they go down, I just take a step. I just take a step towards the rest of the group, unless we're all like in one group. But I want to get in more engaged range with the rest of the group.
Okay. So you're engaged with Bella right now.
Well, that's fine. I'll stay there then.
Okay.
Just I'll take a look around to see if there's any. Actually, you know what? After I wipe those guys out, I'll just light a smoke and just stay there.
Okay, yeah, so perfect. So at the end of the round, as a quick recap, what happened? The 2 groups of ghouls emerged from the rubble and immediately leapt, or not leapt, but sort of lurched towards Hex, who uh, unsuccessfully swiped at them with his palm stunner, but nevertheless was able to sort of take a step back from their undead assault. Kit Papriki, bleeding out of her ears, basically super saiyan. That's super saiyan. Like saiyaned up. I don't know Dragon Ball Z, but buffed up Bella for a moment as she now with her preternatural sense of time unleashed a flurry of gunfire alongside Charles. And Charles basically using this old timey revolver just downed one of these ghouls with one shot, its head just popping like overripe fruit before they devastated the rest of that group. However, you still have ghouls on you, and they're not happy. Uh, at the top of the round, the remaining group of ghouls is going to I think it's actually going to it's going to go back to Hex. I want him to go after Charles, but Hex is closer, and otherwise the ghoul won't be able to attack. So, I
I
think
don't
the
see the
ghouls should get
problem.
at least. I think the ghouls deserve at least one attack before you guys completely obliterate them. So the ghoul swipes at the group of 4 ghouls, sort of their arms reaching out, claw towards Hex. Uh, do you want to spend a GM point or a story point to upgrade the difficulty for them, or in any way argue for a harder roll for the ghouls before they attack?
Yeah, I'm going to say that I'll spend the point, and I'm going to say that all of the debris that I was able to um, traverse to get away from them, they have to traverse through it. And as I was going through it, I knocked over some things, so it's a little bit harder for them to get towards me and therefore get an attack on me.
Okay, cool. perfect. So that will upgrade. So that upgrades the difficulty. Um, but I like I like that. I think you're right. Like it is difficult terrain, and actually I have that noted, and I should have been paying attention to it. So I'm going to give them a setback as well, based on the fact that they had to overcome the difficult terrain to get to you. So this might not be too terrible for you, but we'll see. As they lurch towards you. You barely, just barely,
Nice.
manage to survive it. They get a threat. Oh, do you have any idea what you'd like to spend that threat on?
We can spend that to get a boost on the next person that goes, on the next PC that goes.
Okay, cool. Yep, totally.
I think.
I think that might be 2 threat, but it's fine.
Yeah,
Whatever.
that is 2.
That's too. We can give a boost to the next person as they sort of lurch towards you. That is because they crawl towards you and stumble over the debris themselves, being not exactly super coordinated creatures. You know, being undead and possessed by metadimensional entities. And the combat moves to the next person, to the PCs.
Was that advantage just for one turn?
It's until the end of my turn.
Oh,
Till the end of your
interesting.
next turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so you still have it. Okay, let me add it back on there for the moment. That's cool.
So, so can I just take another shot and use that advantage then, just so we don't lose it?
Yeah, it might be good if Hex gets out of there again first, just so we don't risk any
Shooting
friendly
Hex.
fire.
Oh, fine, if you want to do that.
All right. Well, Hex is going to take a swing, or take a few swings at the group of them again, and he still has the boost die from listening to Charles. The cringeworthy boost die.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you took the strain, yeah, you get that boost die. I said that. So.
And then, are we
Roll
giving
into it.
myself a boost from last turn, or are we not?
I mean, it would just make sense if they're stumbling trying to get to you.
Yeah,
You
it's
get
just
a boost out of
yeah.
that.
Whoever's next gets the boost on them. So.
Okay. All right. Are we happy with this? Do you want to spend a point, or?
So you're attacking back? Is that what's happening right now?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I am going to spend a story point to just upgrade the difficulty of that attack, and that's just the dark sort of weirdly non-Euclidean smoke emanating from these ghouls seems to intensify, and for Hex in particular, it almost pulls your mind out of your body a little bit. It's just very eerie and disconcerting, which translates into an upgraded difficulty.
Okie doke.
Which does
Hey,
not
that's
matter
one success.
because Hex, succeeded on the roll. What is your So by the way, you can actually roll directly from the palm stunner, and it'll add the damage automatically by just clicking
okay.
on your sheet. Under weapons, there's like if you click on the little face, it turns into a D20, and you can click on that, and it'll bring up
Okay.
a weapon roll. But nevertheless, that is what
It is damage 5, so it's going to be 6 total.
Six total, right?
Of
It's
stun damage.
It's brawl, so it adds your brawn, I think, right?
Palm stunner, I think, is just unique where it does X.
Oh, it just does
damage.
whenever it does. Okay. But that is stun damage, right? Or is it? I forget. I always forget how this works. So that's that?
Soak does.
It's still reduced by soak. Okay.
Factor in,
but it does strain
because it's damage.
But it doesn't matter on this. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Minions will just take it as well.
So with 6 damage, 4 of that goes through, and you sort of you open-handed swipe at one of the ghouls stumbling towards you, and uh, it rears back from the charge unleashed from your palm stunner, but nevertheless turns back to you just sort of with a open-mouthed its jaw hanging slack, sort of continues to uh, lurch towards you. So that is to say, you did not kill one, but you came very close.
Okay, and I will spend we'll spend a maneuver to try and, or I suppose it's a rough terrain considered for all of us.
Yes, it should have been rough terrain. I should have been enforcing that before. So thank you
Okay,
for
so I will
reminding
spend
me.
the two maneuvers to move one range band away from them, and I'll take the 2 strain for doing so.
All right, very very cool. So you disengage, and there you go. You're now at medium. Awesome. Who would like to go next?
I can just take a shot at him.
All right, go for it,
Want
Charles.
to aim and then use a strain to aim again?
Okay, cool. Perfect. Take the strain and then add your 2 boost dice. And then also don't forget to add an advantage into that.
All right, here we go.
Nice. All right.
So I think that's 8 damage and another crit.
Oh my god, yeah, you got another crit. Okay. um,
Hey, he's not messing around.
yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, you crit another one. Describe to me how that works out. And you also kill uh 2 more with the remaining damage.
Okay, so I take a shot. I take a couple of shots, and through the smoke from the front of my gun, uh, which I added that in special because that's what it looks like to me. 2 of them just go down, and then one's head just explodes like an overripe melon.
All right, sweet. And yeah, a splatter of gore and viscera sort of splash across um, Hex's face, who is very much still nearby them, though no longer engaged with them, as one of their heads just pops and 2 others fall to the ground. And we move on to the next in combat. Who would like to go next? Also, Charles, that was 2 strain to take the second maneuver, right? Or do you have a boost that I was forgetting?
No, that's strain.
Okay, cool. Perfect. Just adding that in. Yep, who would like to go next? Kit or Bella?
Bella, you want to go first?
Sure. And still have the bonuses.
Yeah, until my turn.
Okay. Right. So, since I don't have to move,
Oh, so
I'll
Bella still has
just
the.
The augment, yeah.
Okay, nice. So that includes the blue too, right?
No, that one was just from advantage, I think.
Oh, okay. So just the plus ability. Cool.
Yeah. Would you put that token on there? That's just a reminder, right? That's not actually doing anything
It's not. Yeah,
mechanical.
that does nothing at
Okay.
all except a visual cue.
okay. So yeah, I will just target the remaining ones. How many are left in that group?
There is 1 left alive in that group,
All right.
uh, and it is missing limbs and stumbling for at that.
It's missing more than limbs
Yeah,
now.
it
I
is
think you got
now.
it.
And
It's just missing.
whatever limbs it had just evaporate into a hail of gunfire from your bullpup carbine, and I don't need to add any damage to it. It's just dead. um,
Hex, I told you, get a lethal weapon next time.
Why do we need that when we have you, Bella?
Because I can only shoot so many times. So,
Well, that's where I come in.
well, I guess that's fair.
Charles looks over and goes, "Nice shot, doll." Holsters his gun and starts walking away.
Is anyone gonna be like, Charles, where are you going?
No, we're used. He does this after every fight.
Just sort of just wanders into the
You
nearest
just gotta
sunset.
walk away.
Yeah.
It's just what you do. You say something like that.
Perfect.
Goes to the bar for
Cleaning
like
off
10 minutes.
the goop and whatever off his face, and says, "Well, Teleporters Guild is this way. Charles, he can catch up, I believe."
All right, perfect.
Yeah, wherever
Hang on,
they're
is nobody
going,
wondering what the
I watch them leave and I hail a cab and we meet them there.
is nobody wondering about the ghouls that popped out of the ground?
I
Am I
don't
the only
worry
one
about this
unnerved
stuff
about getting
anymore.
attacked by zombies?
No, it's this occult stuff. I just deal with it now.
But I mean, is this a bomb that makes zombies? What's the hell's going on?
You have a lot more experience with this stuff than I do, so you
I
tell me.
assure you, I don't have any experience with bombs that make zombies.
Um, if you want to see if you can figure out what's going on, I would see a science or occult knowledge roll would be appropriate for this.
Yeah, I can make an occult
And it'd just be
knowledge
like an
roll.
average difficulty.
Average difficulty. I don't actually have any ranks in this, apparently. That's okay. You need ranks to do things.
Oh man, it's the worst
Just a
kind of
straight
roll.
wash.
Yeah.
Like I
hate the
said,
worst.
I don't have any experience in bombs that make zombies.
Yeah, you do not, in fact, have any experience in bombs that make zombies. You don't necessarily think that the bomb did make the zombies,
Okay.
but you don't necessarily have any reason to believe that the bomb didn't make the zombies. So,
Yeah, I
and
present
that's where we'll
that
leave
information as if it's a valuable contribution.
it. Um, all right. Did any of you anything else you guys want to do in this scene before we move on to the Teleporters Guild?
Sounds good to me.
Recover strain?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Good catch. You guys can do your cool or discipline strain recovery rules as per normal. If you want to go ahead and do that now.
And you right-click dice to? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, you right click the dice to remove them. And Charles, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm just gonna do the 2 advantage converts into 1 strain for this roll because it's silly. That advantage is useless otherwise. So yeah, just double click on your icons and you can adjust your strain accordingly. I think. Kit, is your strain updated already, or I just
Yeah,
want to? Okay.
I had 3. I recovered 1.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure I didn't switch scenes before you had a chance to update that. All right. And I think you guys should be pulled into the scene. Maybe.
I'm loading, but I will
You
be.
are loading. Okay, so yeah,
Yeah.
it'll just take a second for it to pull over. So you load some art and animations.
Okay. Things are loading in a strange order. I've got a bunch of blinking lights with no map in the background.
Oh no. Yeah, there should be a map in the background.
It might just still be loading. I'll try refreshing.
I see 2 of you have loaded in now.
I got lights.
Yeah, lights. Also, no splash screen in the background.
Correct.
Okay. What? Uh, try refreshing, and if that doesn't work, if that doesn't work, I'll just say try and pop over.
Okay,
to...
the refresh worked. The lights make a lot more sense now.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, if for some reason like refreshing doesn't work at some point, just I'll just have you use the Discord stream to see what's going on, um, for as long as we can, rather than rebooting the server.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So. Concrete alleys and corridors slowly transform into meticulously crafted wooden structures. Some are of a strange and almost inhuman architecture. Others look as though they've been plucked right out of centuries and cultures millennia past. In any case, most are only a few stories tall, and none more than 10 stories. The incredibly dense Arcocomplex can be seen over the rooftops, hoppers flitting through the air seemingly unaware of the roomy airspace mere meters away. A tall, tiered structure encloses the end of the alleyway. Its platformed construction still no more than 10 stories tall, each story ringed by a balcony populated by hazy silhouettes who seem to be spinning raw light out of their fingertips. Could be holograms. Charles knows it's magic. The doorway into the tall structure gently swings open, on hinges and not sliders, as you approach. The inside looks weirdly hazy, as if light were trying to escape, but something at the threshold is gently scrambling the light just as it crosses. Above the doors, hovering embers that don't seem to be projected from any discernible projector scrawl the words, Teleporters Guild. You certainly seem to be in the right place. And as you enter the Teleporters Guild, you see... You enter the Teleporters Guild and you see this image, which I just shared to you. Hopefully, you are loading it. And you also get the text of that. So, the entrance to the Teleporters Guild leads directly into a large room, and it's full of various reagents and tomes and artifacts and other trinkets and knickknacks that have questionable, if any, use whatsoever. A large shaft extends directly above the room that is ringed by shelves and shelves of books, and it seems to extend all the way up through the entire tower. However, there does not seem to be any way up the shaft itself. It's just a hollow column with books along the walls. There is a counter that sprawls along one edge of the room, and behind that counter there is the only other door into this room. Also behind that counter is a man wearing AR goggles. He's mumbling something in an eldritch tongue that as he's reading off of a handheld pad. He is totally oblivious to your entry. He's squinting in deep concentration at the text on his pad. And you can tell that because he literally squints with his whole face, not just his eyes. And yeah, as you enter the room, you see this man behind the counter just sort of mumbling to himself, going, yes, yeah, yeah, that makes sense, yes. And we'll see if, as you interact with him, if I can maintain an actual accent that is consistent throughout, or if it bounces between weirdly, vaguely Eastern European and Northern Wisconsin, because it's both basically the only accents I can do.
I'll just walk over to the counter and just kind of slam my hand down on the desk.
As you slam your hand. Oh, go ahead.
No, no, that's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, as soon as you slam your hand down, the man doesn't even. He maintains his focus on the book, but you see he raises one eyebrow above his AR goggles. You can't see his actual eyes, but it's clear that he's at least looking at you for the moment. And he says, yes, can I help you?
Hopefully. We just came from an arcology that got bombed. Do you have any information on that?
You seem to mistake us for a investigative agency. I believe you are the pea shooters. I can sell you magic trinkets. Would you like your fortune told, or do you want some? We can predict the lottery numbers for you. We cannot guarantee that those lottery numbers will, however, be accurate, but we will predict them for you for a small, albeit reasonable fee.
Can you tell my
Walk up to
fortune
him.
of me solving the this bombing?
Yes, you are
Outlook not good.
most impressive pea shooters for a very fancy corporation. I believe you will definitely solve whatever mysterious crime has happened to your client through whatever ways that you do your things. But now, unless you are a paying customer, you should make way for people who will give me money. That is how how a store works, yes?
Yeah, Charles, you got the money, right?
Oh, I got the money. And I walk up to him, I look him dead square in the eye and say, look, friend, we have questions, you have answers. Let's meet in the middle.
Cool. I think that sounds like a coercion check to me. Are you trying? It says that you're trying to intimidate him, right? I'm assuming with the intense eye contact.
Absolutely.
Okay. Or yeah, Charles is just one of those people that like maintains unwavering eye contact when they talk to people socially, because that is also terrifying, though not as intentionally.
Can I assist?
And I have bad cop. So I can use yeah.
And yeah, you can assist with that. That would add it would just go by standard assist rules. So you can take the higher of the value, or add a boost if you're not contributing a characteristic or skill.
Could I add a boost? I'm like going through the dude's shelves and picking up expensive looking things and almost accidentally dropping them and just sort of making him a little nervous and on edge.
Yeah, okay. You can add a boost. But you're also like rummaging through. Are you inspecting the items?
I am, but I imagine I'm like handling them more roughly than he would want, or
Okay.
more clumsily than he would want.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I won't give you. Okay, so there won't be a perception check. There's nothing for you. You're not really doing a legit inspection. You're just play acting basically.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, go ahead. Add so 2 boosts to it.
Okay, so am I rolling the coercion check then?
Yes, Charles, that will be your coercion check.
Great, and that's 1 boost.
2 boosts. You have Bella, I think, helping, right? Who's looking menacing and military-like, and also Kit, sort of groping
Constantly
any
on the verge of
artifact.
breaking something.
Yeah.
And that's 2 difficulty?
That will be. Sorry, I should have given you the difficulty for that. No, it is opposed, so it's going to be 2 red and a purple.
Okay. Anyone against me using a story point to upgrade this as I get really close to his face?
Sounds good to me.
All right, here we go.
All right, sweet. Oh, oh boy. That is not.
Oh my
His
god.
head explodes.
That's not what I would have expected. He just dies. You are a scanner now. Congratulations.
I
Yeah.
know what I want. I know how to get it.
Uh. Yeah. So okay. So first thing, yeah, as you lean forward and sort of look deep into his eyes, he something about the intensity and hint of desperate alcoholism behind Charles Marlowe's gaze really is offsetting to the man behind the counter, and he sort of says, like, look, okay, you seem like very nice kind of people, yes? Okay, so I do know some things. I have had some people talk to me about this bombing, and I know there is some magic afoot that we are familiar with. You know what kind of store we are, yes? We're the Teleporters Guild. Do you understand what a teleport is? Is that correct? Do you understand what teleporting means?
Enlighten us.
Oh, okay. Well,
What do I look like? A lamppost?
oh no, it's quite okay. Let the walking gibbers tell you what teleporting is. Teleporting, my friends, is when you take a thing from point A and then magic it away to point B, which is a very far distance from point A. Now, I've heard on the grapevine that there was some teleporting magic at play with this explosion. And then, before we continue that, with those two triumphs, it's up to you to do whatever you want. One of the options I will give you is a piece of one triumph for just a piece of really good information related to the surroundings that will be helpful to you. You can spend also another triumph on learning Wak Gibber's one of his motivations.
That sounds great.
All right. I'm beginning to lapse into his accent just by talking. All right. So with that first triumph, you notice in that door behind, in the entryway, that portal behind the counter, it is a beaded curtain, and you see something sort of ruffle the beads against it, and peeking out from behind it, you see three heads sort of stacked on top of each other. Are you guys seeing the theater cutouts, by the way?
We see Wak Gibbers. I don't see anyone else.
On the right side of the map, you're not seeing. Okay, that's
I
fine.
don't see anything on the
No.
What
right.
the hell?
Oh, now I do. Oh, I saw the
But
name come up.
words, and then they went away.
Okay, so now it. Okay, it should be back there hopefully, and if it isn't, I will. I'm just gonna share the character art with you just to. What the hell?
Yeah, I just see the name.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going to. So you see Google, Bing, and Jeeves.
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't see.
So curious what this character art is going to be.
Okay, so I just shared some art to you. Hopefully that showed up.
I'm not seeing it yet.
Not seeing anything though.
Oh man. Okay. Well. Let me see if there's a way.
Okay, something just popped up.
Okay, maybe it just needs to load for a second. Actually, let me.
Are these coming from compendiums or from just like
This is on the
actors and
this is
dreams?
on the game table. This is just actors.
Huh. Okay.
here, what I'll do is I'll also drop it into the chat. Oh, actually, I can't do that, can I? Oh, here we go. Okay. So it is also just in the chat, so we can carry on. So you see these 3 feline heads sort of pop up around from the curtain. They are huddled together. One is a large, disembodied floating head with a Cheshire cat-like grin, as it sort of hovers above the other 2. The other 2, one is an almost humanoid cat. It wanders around on bipedally, and has glowing blue eyes, like it was a weird, like it had too much melange, and its lips don't see, as it sort of mumbles to itself, the sounds that it makes, and it's not speaking any language at the moment that you can recognize. They're talking amongst themselves. Its lips don't quite match up with the sounds that seem to be coming from its mouth. And then the last of the trio is a tiny-bodied, but the most cat-like of the 3. However, it has a very large cat head and large wet eyes, and it has a constantly pouting expression. So you see these 3 sort of pop out from the behind the beaded curtain, and he's immediately looks behind him and says, "Oh, Google Bing's Jeeves, what? Sure, go back. This is I'm working. What are you doing out here?" And also the other triumph that you're able to get, based on that interaction itself, Charles, you are able to so it is clear that Gibbers, it is clear to you, to Charles, Gibbers is afraid of something. There is the fear that comes along with having seen something beyond the ken of man behind his eyes that Charles recognizes. You can tell that whatever he's afraid of, it is not of this realm, and has that is his fear, and it has at least partially impacted the man's sanity.
Okay, so he's seen beyond the veil a bit.
Yes, yeah, precisely. So going back to Wok responding as he turns back from Google, Bing, and Jeeves, and says, "Look, I can tell you, if you show me some information about the site, I will help you figure out what magic is involved, and then you go away, yes, and just don't tell anyone that you came here. Is that a deal we can make?"
Discretion is my middle name.
Okay, well, what do you have from this bombing, as you call it?
I have
Hex.
I'm sorry. Real quick, I have a forensics kit with photography and 3D
Sure.
imaging and all that kind of stuff in it. So I can show them anything I would have gotten from using that. Sorry, go ahead.
Basically showing the same material, but Hex steps forward and pulls up the 3D image from his pad of the recordings that he looked at earlier with the of the event unfolding.
Sure. And as you show that Wok looks, he focuses at both the forensic images that you present him and the kit, and he any actually, yeah, he doesn't wave anything over. He just looks at them himself and says, and after a minute, he says, "Oh, okay. I think I see. So these runes that you found at the site. You know that these are teleporting runes, yes?"
We do now.
Well, it's very, very strange. Do you have more on these runes? Do you know where they were located at the site? And
Was it just throughout the debris, or were they on specific pillars, or could we have told while we were there?
Bella learned they were on support pillars.
so they were on various parts of the debris. You didn't. So what I'll say is, because you did not check to see if there was like a specific pattern to the runes or anything while you were there, but I would let you do spend a story point to declare that knowledge. So you'd have to use up some of those story points.
I'm okay with that if everyone else is.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So yeah, you are able to tell. Of a quick sort of like whoop, 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 whoop scene where we go back in time and we realize that yes, while you were looking at the pillars, you were taking note of actually where within the building structure that the runes were located at. The runes seem to have been clustered around a handful of 5 different apartment units, 5 different residences within the arcology.
I'm sorry. Say that again. 5 different what?
5 apartments within the arcology, 5 different apartments, and the runes were clustered around each of those respectively.
Would we know that that was in any specific shape? Was it in the pentagram, or was it just like 5 random ones, or were they around something?
There was no shape that you would have been able to determine. There was no like particular shape to the layout of the 5 points, if that's what you're thinking, that you were able to discern from it.
Hex, I don't suppose you can figure out who lived in these ones?
Sorry, what was that?
Hex, I don't suppose you can figure out who was living in these apartments?
I could most certainly try.
Also, would they have been structurally important? Like, if those 5 specifically fell, would they have knocked down more buildings?
So yeah, Hex, you can. I'm trying to think what kind of check that would make sense for that. It would be an average. I don't think that'd be a computer's check necessarily, unless you have a reason for it to be a computer's check. It would mostly be because you're trying to pull up like sort of documents about
Civil blueprints and whatever.
Yeah. So I think that'd be more of like a social or maybe even a net check.
Yeah, knowledge of the net.
Yeah, I think that would be the most appropriate check for it. And that'd be average.
Okay.
Nice.
1 success.
And 1 success worth of information is that you all of the residential units had children in them. Actually, they were all family units. Not the same family. They were all like distinct individual families.
All right, so I relay that information.
How many units are family units in like the whole place? Like, is it rare for there to be family units, or if like 80% of them are family units or something? Then
It's not super rare for them to be units. Yeah, you don't need to make a roll for this or anything. This is just something that would be common knowledge. It is in arcology, and the arcologies typically are corporately owned and corporately managed. So the likelihood of a unit being a family unit versus an individual's residence, it's roughly equal to like the demographics of the area. So it's not uncommon. More than half probably, or about half.
okay.
I suppose.
So it's a little strange that all of them would be.
It is somewhat, yeah. I guess with that, it would be somewhat unusual that just by pure random chance, all 5 would be family units. That is true.
So we thinking this a hit?
It's a lot of work to get 5 targets.
I'll turn to Walk and say, how tough would it be to target 5 places at the same time?
Well, I mean, that's what the runes, it just depends if you can get your teleporting runes where they need to be at the same time. They work much like a bomb themselves. They work on a timer, or you can make them work on a timer, and, it goes tick-tock, tick-tock, 1 o'clock, time to port out, and bim, boom, bam, they go to where they need to go. Looking at these routes, I don't think that these actually teleported very far from the location.
So, Walk, why did the building go up if these are just teleportation runes? Does that mean someone teleported a bomb in? Is this runes gone wrong?
Or did they teleport someone out before the bomb goes off?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Are you asking at the walk, or is that a meta discussion?
Well, if all of those questions that we were just asking were in character, then Hex is still going to say it
Okay.
in character out loud.
Yeah.
Okay,
Not necessarily directed at anyone, just kind of thinking out loud.
Okay, cool. No, that's fine. As you all like ask Walk these questions at the same time, I think Walk is like, yes. I don't like. I don't know what happened to. I did not make these runes, if that is what you think. I'm just telling you, these runes that you are showing me would have teleported whoever at some point.
Could it be like I don't know, like a safety insurance thing? Like, in case of explosion, teleport my family to safety? Is that possible? Or is this... I mean, I don't know if that's technology that's possible.
Yeah, at this point, I think I will have anyone who's sort of paying close attention to Walk. So at least Charles, it sounds like, because he's sort of being the face of the group right now. You can should roll a cool check against. Why did I put that sheet away already? Against 2 reds and a purple.
Oof. That delightful laugh.
No, I mean that's cool. That's great. It's gonna take me a minute to sort of think of what to do with those threats because I hadn't considered that much threat at one time. But Charles, you're pretty sure that Wok is not telling you the whole truth. So he somewhere amongst all of this is a thread of deception being intertwined with whatever you're being told. I think from your history of working, working the streets and doing investigations among the criminal underbelly of the Arcocomplex, you're positive that Wok is lying to you. With that threat, though, I'm gonna say two of it though is gonna go into strain being applied to Charles. So take 2 strain, and then the remaining 2 I am going to apply as a setback to your next social check.
Okay.
Hex is going to kind of speak up and say, "You said that maybe these teleported short range. Do you know by looking at the runes how far that short range could be?"
Yes, in the shortish, the range, it's not a very far range. It's maybe a few miles, I think, and not too far. They are probably safe and sound somewhere within somewhere a few blocks away. I bet if you go back to the bomb site, you can go back to the bomb site and you'll find them just safe and sound, I'm sure.
You seem weirdly confident about that.
Sounds like you want to get rid of us.
Roll a. So yeah, this would be. I don't know what this would even be. I guess are you trying to scare him again, or are you trying to?
I want to give him one more scare attempt.
Okay, you want to do like a coercion attempt? Okay. I think that with the Hex. Do you want to like if I think that if Charles like sort of riffs off of Hex's question, maybe I would give you a boost for that.
Okay, yeah, I lean in. I'm almost nose to nose with him now, and I just stare at him, saying, "You keep lying to us. They're gonna be picking pieces of those goggles out of your liver."
All right. Roll a. Okay. First, I'll just remind you that if you do speak to his fears, you'd get a boost from social checks because you do have that motivation from him. But
then I'll
also,
say, "Who are you scared of?
Okay,
Me or them?"
Okay, perfect. And then so you get the boost from that. You'll get a boost from Hex. You have the setback though from the original one, and then it's going to be against Wok. Again, against his cool, so that's just going to be 2 reds and a purple.
Come on, 2 to spare.
All right, so I got a yellow, 2 green, 2 red, a purple, 2 blue, and 2 black.
Yes, that sounds right. I'll see you in a second. Okay. Yeah, that's right.
Oof.
Well, I didn't scare him, but we get something.
Yeah, it's almost all you need is a triumph, and it would have been a despair, and it would have been a full spectrum result.
Kind of love those results.
Yeah. So with that failure, Wok is unfazed. He's like, he looks back at you, deadpan says, "Look, drunken pea shooter who works for insurance companies. You are not as scary as you think. There are worse things in the world than weak men with weak livers. And with a threat, that was really mean. So you take a strain. So Charles is like, oh. I think with a triumph though, you can get his another one of his motivations with a triumph.
Okay.
Or more environmental information.
Would it be too much for the triumph to find something on his desk or something they didn't necessarily want us to see that I could get a look at that might help?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Totally. 100%. That's cool. Yeah, I'll give that to you. Yeah. So as you're having like a staring contest, and you ultimately lose the staring contest with Walk Gibbers, if for no other reason than Walk has opaque goggles on, so you don't know if you're losing or winning. A receipt, and of course, a place like this still uses paper receipts in a paper ledger. You see a corner of the receipt on the table, and the receipt has on it is an invoice for providing runes, teleportation runes. Actually, it's teleportation rune installation service. It's an eerily banal and bureaucratic receipt for something as mystical as applying teleportation runes, but there it is, sort of crumpled up and just barely visible to Charles.
Can I tell who the invoice is to, or is it just the...
You don't... Yeah, there's no... you can't see any name or anything on the receipt. For, at least just sort of looking at it.
I want to try to pet his cats with the idea that if the cats like me or us, maybe he will open up more to talking to us.
Yeah, totally.
It doesn't all have to be all threats.
Totally. No, I'm glad that someone's
What do you
finally...
mean, not all threats?
I'm glad that someone's finally going to interact with a cat, so I get to use a voice modulator.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, cool. So... Yeah, how exactly are you trying to
So I
interact with
think
the cats?
while this conversation has been going on, I saw them like sort of pop out of the back room and then get kind of shooed back in, and I've been creeping closer and closer to the back room as they've been having this heated discussion, and I'm like, psst, 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 kitty kitty, like I'm a kit too. Come on, we're all friends.
Okay, great. I love this. So, yeah, Charles and Hex and it sounds like Bella too are sort of like engaged in this very intense negotiation with Walk Givers. Meanwhile, Kit is like slinking around the counter towards these weird cats, and you see one cat respond to yourself, and he sort of pops his head out. It is the floating Cheshire cat-like head sort of bounces out with the stubby-bodied, big-headed one in tow, and says to you, "Wow, bachu na."
Am I supposed to be able to understand that?
No, it is in a
Okay.
weird, almost Huttese-like
Okay.
language.
I'm like, oh, headless talking kitties. Okay, we're all still good kitties.
Yeah, the headless cat sort of bounces up and down, and the headless one goes, "Yeah, nabu nabu, Google," and then then the other stubby one sort of leans up with on its two back legs with its tiny little undersized paws and waves at you, and it goes. What does it go? Oh, what does it say? yeah, it leans back and says, "Yeah, Mom and it, Jeeves, Jeeves."
I'm gonna say Jeeves. You're Jeeves, and kind of try and pick it up.
Yeah, cool.
I thought maybe this is like a pick me up motion or something.
No, I think that's really cool. I don't. You don't need to roll to pick up a cat, because that'd be ridiculous. Yeah. So.
Depends on the cat, I guess.
No, you pick it up and it sort of like rolls around and continue making hut sound. As soon as you pick it up, the Cheshire one, Google, sort of grins at you with a disconcertingly broad, toothy grin, and the third of the feline trio walks out and says, "Hey, what are you doing here?"
We're just asking Walk some questions.
Yeah, I realize that, but are you afraid that that's a baby? Because that's Jeeves.
I know that's Jeeves. He told me.
Could you do me a favor and maybe put down my friend? Because that's I mean I don't go to your place and like just pick you up randomly. Seems a little bit forward.
Well, maybe if I were fuzzier, you might feel tempted to.
Yeah, touche. That's a good point. I mean, I hadn't really considered. No, put down my buddy Jeeves. You're being rude.
I put him down gently, and I'm gonna be like, I'm sorry about that. We might have gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. I get it. You're mortals. You guys don't really understand courtesy, but even that was a little bit much. But I mean, you're apologetic. I can tell. Is there something I can help you with?
Well, I don't know if you guys have heard any of our conversation, but there was a explosion, and I think maybe teleportation runes were somehow involved. Do you guys know anything about those?
I mean, yeah, we're the Teleporters Guild. What? Of course we know about teleportation runes. I mean, we had a big project recently. That's one of the reasons me and the crew are out. The crew being, my buddies, Google and Jeeves.
Right. Big contract, huh?
Yeah, some suit apparently came in and was hitting old man Gibbers up for some help with some nonsense, and he's kind of terrible. I mean, we're his familiars, so we've been working with Wok for like a century now, I think, maybe even more. Time really tends to fly when you have a non-linear existence. But anyway, that's not neither here nor there. Yeah, there was a suit came in and gave Wok a job, and then we went out and threw some runes down. That's what we do.
Where did the runes go?
I don't really know your geography. Some place out in the boonies, way out of town. I think south of the city, south of the Arcocomplex.
I don't know geography. That's not way in the direction of Gary or anything like that.
That is in the direction of Gary. Yes.
Oh,
Sorry.
interesting.
So, as meta knowledge, Gary is south of Chicago.
Not as far south as Gary, right? That's in character.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. I don't know your stupid human city names. It's Gary, Carey, hairy lair, something. I don't know. But yeah, it was south of the city. It was a big job. He made us pretend to be actual cats because he was like, oh, if you don't act like cats, they're gonna report you as unregistered, and so go out there and meow. Do you see me? I'm a walking, talking cat. I hate meowing. It's disgraceful.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
Yeah. So is there something? Are you?
I didn't hear anything there, Fat Crab.
Are you a client? Is there something else that I can do for you?
No, I think you've been very helpful.
Good. I'm here to serve. You know, I'm only a 200-year-old, multi-dimensional being of incredible power and knowledge. But good. I'm glad I could help you, 20-something-year-old whatever human. You're welcome.
Hey, you know, you're not the only one who understands nonlinear time, all right?
And with that, you see Bing. You are able to tell that this is Bing.
Okay.
Somehow.
He looks like a Bing.
Yeah, he looks like a Bing. He looks like his name would be Bing. You see Bing sort of throw his hands up, like flip his hands up backs to you, and like waddle into the crowd, sort of tugging Google and Jeeves along with him.
I'm going to head over to Bella and whisper what I learned about the destination being Gary into her ear, because I think Charles is still like in heated eye contact.
Okay, yeah. At this point, we'll cut back, and they're just finishing up their staring contest.
Okay, so Kit's standing there with me, right?
Yeah, at this point, yes. Kit has come back. I think that's what Flame was saying. Has sort of come back around the counter.
I'm sorry.
Beside you.
Not Kit. Hex is standing there with me.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Is there any way for me to gesture at the receipt that I see to Hex, and then distract Walk? Is there any way to do that without like? Like I can try looking down. Like I can kind of gesture at the receipt a little bit with like one hand, like try to, and then like yell at Walk again while Hex can grab the receipt.
Yeah, I think so. We could do that would be a whatchamacallit?
Deception check, I guess.
Skullduggery?
Yeah, I was gonna say either. Yeah, I think that would be a skullduggery check. That would be like a group skullduggery check between the two of you, because that's really a team effort. Yeah, you could do that as a group. As a group act. I mean, it would just be Hex and Charles doing it. I don't think anyone else could participate.
Okay. What would you like us to roll on that one?
Oh, sure. So, as a group check, it will be the two of you can take the highest characteristic base and the highest skill base for skullduggery, and if you are both contributing a characteristic or a skill, then that's it. You just get the highest of the two. If one of you is not contributing any higher skill or characteristic, you're just taking someone's base. Then you add a boost onto it.
Okay, well I have a 0 in skullduggery and I have a 2 cunning, so.
So mine is technically better with a green and a yellow.
Okay, then Charles, yeah. So Hex would do the skullduggery check, and then Charles would get the would add a boost to it.
Sounds great. Okay, I'm gonna gesture and then lean in, and just get really close to this guy's face, and just say something so totally asinine. I'll just lean and go, yeah, the cheaper the crook, the gaudier the patter, and just like get in right.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead while you're doing that. Cool. Yeah, you are.
Nice.
Hex is able to stealthily palm the receipt. As you lean in, Walkgiver sort of like steps back and says, "I don't even know what that means." And yeah, Hex, on the receipt that you are able to palm off the countertop, you, it is an invoice for a quite expensive rune installations, rune work. It there is no there is no name on the invoice as a client.
No client. Yeah.
It is a it seems to have gone to a corporate account, and it just says the sort of two line is C-suite Tech Genie Enterprises. And you'll actually recognize Tech Genie as your client, as GOILEM's insurance company. That is who GOILEM insures.
It's an inside job.
When I see him grab the receipt, I kind of walk back and go, I think we're done here. And I just walk out of the place. If you guys follow me, that's fine.
Well, you are always the first one to leave.
Yeah, Charles is always walking away.
What I do best, just ask my ex-wife.
Poor Charles. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. What are the rest of you doing?
Hex kind of follows suit and kind of like leans in, gives him a nod, like trying to be like as badass as he can, but he's totally not being able to read human emotion as well as anyone else. So he just leans in, he gives a heavy nod, and turns around and follows Charles out the door.
Kit, Bella, it's been a while since we checked in on you.
So at this point, Kit would have told Bella the information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would probably just grab Walk and just... So these are your runes, and they are going to Gary, correct?
Okay, cool. Yeah, do a that will be a coercion check, and I will give you take a boost on that. And it's gonna be as before, it goes to Walk's cool, so that is going to be. I'm gonna look this up. 2 reds and a purple.
This is not going to go well.
You can spend a story point always to upgrade it as well. You have 1 story point left.
I don't think that's going to change much. I have 1 green and that's it.
Man. Really, in coercion?
Yeah.
Alright. Can this be a group check between the two of us?
Yeah, I guess the 2 of you remaining, you could, yeah, I would
Can at least add another green to it. I mean, I guess I'm just sort of like staring at him, like arms crossed or something.
Yeah, so just take the higher of the 2 as usual, and then you still get the boost automatically. Because I think that this is you're
more
well
about him
positioned.
being caught off guard by us knowing this, right?
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
All right. Oh, here it goes.
Oh, Bella.
Yeah. My leadership's great, but coercion's not.
With that, Yeah. As you do that, sort of, Walk coolly looks back and says, "Do I look like a cartographer? Gary? The hell is Gary? My name is Walk. That's Google, Bing, and Jeeves, my associates that your partner over there rudely manhandled and took information from. So I don't know what you're getting at here. Look, you clearly are grasping at straws. I don't know where these children are."
I mean, mostly I'm grasping at your jacket, but yeah.
I have
And
an approach to try.
well, I'll say that 'cause I saw Scarpy, I saw you raise your eyebrow just a second ago. Yes, you do notice that while Walk isn't intimidated, you do note that he said, I don't know where these children are. That
Yeah.
is in fact what you get with that to advantage.
I want to tell Walk, listen, we're not your enemies here. It's your employers are the ones you need to work out for. You think you're the first teleporter they hired to do something like this? We've been following a trail, and their others all ended up dead. If you tell us what you know, we can help save you. And I'm hoping for a deception check here.
Yeah, no, that would be a deception check. And you are speaking to his fear. So you get a boost for that because it sounds like you're talking about him. It's close enough to his fear of something scary out there.
Okay. What's my difficulty?
Oh yeah, you need that, don't you? That's my job. What is the counter to deception? I think deception.
Vigilance.
It is
think it's
vigilance. Okay,
vigilance,
cool.
yeah.
So it's just 3 purple.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. With that, Walk sort of. You see his. You don't see his eyes flitter back and forth, but you see his expression sort of change, and you see a twitch at the edge of his lips. You can tell that there is legitimate fear behind there. And he says, "Okay, look, I can't go ratting out clients left and right. A fancy man in a suit, named Ryan, I believe, came to me and he offered me and Google, Bing, and Jeeves, the cat crew, quite a bit of money to install these runes. All I know is that he gave me coordinates on a map south of Chicago, somewhere out in the boonies in the middle of nowhere where only crazy people live, and we installed them for him. Job done, and that's all I can tell you about it. I don't know anything else."
So you didn't know someone was planning on blowing up the building?
No, of course not. Look, we are the Teleporters Guild. We're not the Bombers Guild. They're down the street.
Ugh, why didn't we start there?
Yeah, that's a good. It would have made my day much nicer. Now I am tired and I have made no money today, and I don't even have any drink to have to take me to sleep. Very sad Walk gibbers today.
Well, you insulted the guy who actually had a drink, so you missed out.
Yeah,
on that.
you screwed up, man. You pissed off Charles. He's got a bar in his arm.
it's basically just a walking bar. But yeah, so yeah, he gives you the information, the lead that Ryan, someone named Ryan, at Tech Genie, you're able to put that together, I think, hired him to install these rooms.
All right. Are we done here, Bella, or?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we don't have to talk to the Bombers Guild about maybe dealing with Walk's place. Just
Yeah,
walk out.
if corporate overlords don't get them first.
Yes, you guys are very menacing and terrifying.
Good luck with your business.
Okay, thank you. Don't come again. Come never again. You are on the ban list. We don't have one, but I have a very good memory. And
Tell
then,
Jeeves I say goodbye.
yeah, as you guys are leaving, you hear walk in the distance, shout out like, Google, Bing, Jeeves, what the hell were you three doing? And you hear the weird a back and forth between Wok in muffled English and the strange Huttese-like language of the familiars that Wok keeps company. Where would you like to go next from this point? You have a lead to... so yeah, I think mechanically you have Tech Genie HQ. You have the corporate headquarters. You know where that is. Also Gary.
I'm thinking that Tech Genie is closer.
Yeah. Although if kids got teleported to Gary, that might be more urgent. I don't know. How many hours would it take us to get to Gary?
It would be so there's a few ways to get to Gary. You can either take a sort of vac dirigible freight lift, where basically these large, almost blimp things carry most freight between cities, and you could hitch a ride on one of those. You could requisition a far hopper, which are basically just hoppers that have sufficient battery power to get you all the way to the middle of nowhere, like Gary, and that would only be a couple hours. The freight sort of train hopping approach would probably take like about an entire day. Yeah, those are the two primary ways that you could do it. Otherwise, you could also like take just a train and just jump the train at the correct time. I mean, you could probably have the train stop as just field actuaries, but you'd have to walk, and that would probably take like an extra day or two.
I'm thinking with how quickly we should probably get to an answer. The Tech Genie is our best bet because it's in town rather than head out. And then if we do get out there, what do we do when we find any more information out? Do we just take another 3 days to get back?
What is time?
If only we could teleport. Is there anyone around here that does that?
I
The Bombers Guild.
teleport us to a variety of places all at once. Yeah, I don't know if we'd want to go where Walk wants to send us.
That's a good point.
So I'll say, mechanically speaking, whichever one you pick, you will get to immediately. No rolls, just to be clear.
Yeah.
You mean a one-shot is
if
gonna
Tech
take
Genie's in
7 days?
town, it makes sense.
Well, like, so my vote's
Did we
Tech
did we
Genie,
find
so-
out from Walk that it was Tech Genie? We just found out that it was Ryan, right?
Yeah, you found out it was Ryan from Walk, but Kit.
I think Tech Genie was on the receipt, right?
Oh yeah, Hex.
And then-
Yeah, you knew on the receipt. Yeah, you saw Tech Genie as the C-suite at Tech Genie
He's
was the
sending us there.
payer.
Exactly. We do strain recovery?
Yeah. Go ahead. Do your standard strain recovery.
With just like surface Googling of this place, is Ryan the first or last name of like a CEO or some obvious figure?
There is, in fact, a Ryan at Tech Genie. Ryan Peatloff. He is the CFO of Tech Genie.
Makes sense that he's doing the purchasing things, I guess. I don't know business things.
He's just a businessman doing business things.
Case closed.
Yeah. It was all
Look at
business
that
as
business
usual.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down to head there. I feel like the headquarters sounds like a climactic finale sort of place. The cult headquarters. So if we want to do the Tech Genie before that, that sounds like a decent plan.
Cool.
All right.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
All right. I will move us over.
I'm curious how literal Tech Genie is as a description.
I didn't even think about that. Now that
You
now
ain't
I
never
am.
had a friend like me.
Okay, so it should be pulling you over in a second. I hope. Are you guys loading right now?
I'm loading, yeah.
And okay, yeah. So yeah, this is Foundry Virtual Tabletop that we're playing on.
Can't believe they didn't consider the Genesys Foundry when they named this.
I know. This is clear. It's trademark infringement. They should get a lawyer.
Can I get the Google Doc pop up again?
Oh, sure.
Me too, please.
Also, just to be clear about the
Also-
last joke, it is. I don't know if it's trademark infringement. I'm not giving legal advice. I am no one's lawyer. Get your own lawyer and take advice from them, not from me.
Also, are we still
I
getting
know
the
in my heart
20
that you're my
XP?
lawyer, even if
It's not how it works.
not true. Even if it's not true in any real way.
It's not how it works. What'd you do today, Micah? Oh, I got disbarred. It's really fun. Sorry, was someone with Rosarian or Paranoid, were one of you asking a question?
Yeah,
raise your hand.
we still do the 20 XP.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Yeah. Good catch, guys. Sorry.
Oh, man.
Yeah. You all have the bomb site. You got the 20 XP. The Teleporters Guild 20 XP, and now as we transition to Tech Genie HQ, so you should have 60 XP to spend.
Was the fight different from the investigation? Is that a different scene?
The
I thought we
ghouls?
had done 2 things so far, but it sounds like we've done 3 things.
I'm doing it every transition to a scene. So when you transition to
Okay.
bomb site, you get 20 XP. So you basically start with like an extra
Oh,
20
I
XP.
see. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'll probably just because of timing issues, it's already 4 o'clock. I'll like hustle us a little bit along. Um, so I am not a man who is good at timing games. So, but
Nothing's ever
is-
really a one-shot.
yeah.
Are there like talents that I can drop onto my sheet or
Yeah, just tell me what you want to get, and I'll drop them onto your sheet. Also, I could take a walk and
okay.
crew off that.
So I'll take both field commanders and
Okay.
Indomitable.
So just 1 second. Let me pull up your stat sheet.
Is that a T3 and a T4?
3, 4, and 5.
3, 4, and 5. Okay. Yeah, because remember you have T1s and T2s already, so you can jump right into your 3, 4, 5. So you're taking which one? Field
So
Commander.
both of those. So the improved as well, and then Indomitable.
Okay. And Indomitable. All right. Let's see. Who is...
I sent mine on Discord. I don't know if that's easier or harder.
I made versions of them in Foundry already, so if you just tell me what they are, I can drag and drop them right onto your sheet.
Okay, so Ensorcelled and Ensorcelled Improved.
Okay, those are tier 1 and tier
1
2.
and 2, I believe.
Ensorcelled.
Second Wind for tier 1.
Okay, cool.
And what did we call that thing? Give unto power. Which
right,
I think
that's
was
a tier
3.
3. Yep, there we go. Okay, cool. So, and for those watching or listening, we're doing a hyper accelerated experience because it's a one shot, and balance doesn't matter. Balance is imaginary. Nothing matters. It's fine. This is gonna be fun. Don't worry about it. Hex, what are you taking?
I'm gonna take a few of them. I'll take Know It All at tier 2.
Okay.
Is that the one that gives your allies strain?
Yes.
Sure is.
Okay, you have 2 sources of strain now from your allies.
Dumb Luck as a tier 3.
Okay.
Tier 4 is Burn Through.
All right, cool. And you're not at tier 5 yet, I think. You'll need another scene transition, right?
Sure.
Or
We can make that happen.
okay. Uh, I'm trying to think I'm trying to like tally the experience in my head.
Well, if we went 2, 3, and 4, if it's just straight experience, that's 25, 45. Right?
Yeah, so you have enough, I guess. Right, because it's 25 for a tier
25.
5, so it's not quite
45 to
enough.
60
Okay.
would be 15.
Yeah, so not quite.
Okay, so yeah, we'll have next scene transition. You'll get it though. Is Charles back yet? Okay, that's fine.
Yes, I am.
Oh, cool. Okay, cool. What are you? Did you just have any idea of what you wanted to take for your accelerated talents?
Well, for my tier 3 talent, what else but hard boiled?
Okay, let me pull that up because I don't have that ready yet. Okay, perfect. It's a tier 3, right? Yeah, it's a tier 3. Active
And
incidental.
I could take a tier 4.
Yes. Yeah, you have enough for a tier 4. I'm
Elementary.
just give me 1 second. I'm making the hard-boiled talent real quick. Do you... Okay, it's per success and per advantage. Cool. Okay. Okay. Hard boiled has been added to that, and elementary for tier 4.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Perfect. That's an action. That is tier 4. Is that ranked? No, it's not ranked. Okay. So those watching can see that I'm using Genesys ref for the talent information, which is super helpful.
So if we're going to Tech Genie next,
Yes. Yep. So you should all be on. Oh, for someone who's still on the Teleporters Guild.
Somebody hanging back playing with the cats.
I'm actually not seeing it.
Wasn't me.
Hex, are you still on the Teleporters Guild?
I'm on a gray screen, so probably.
Oh, okay.
You might need to refresh.
Try
I had to
refresh, yeah.
refresh again.
Hey,
Oh, there we go.
All right. Very, very cool.
could I get the G-Doc again? Every time
Oh.
I refresh, it won't play.
So if on the left side of your screen, there should be like a little bar, and on the bottom, there's like a little browser window. At the very bottom, it's a web view icon. Do you see that?
Oh, there's Genesis ref and then the PC Notes one. Nice.
Yep. Yeah, so you should be able to click on either or. Yeah, you can pull up information on Genesys ref yourself or PC Notes. Are you seeing that, Scarpy?
No, I'm not.
It's
On the
right
left side
on the left. There's like a little sidebar that pops in and out, and then the bottom icon is like a lock, and then the one above that is a.
Yeah, there's like an the minimal
browser
UI.
square.
So there's like an orange sort of shadow, and if you mouse by it, it'll pop out a menu of icons. You can lock that if you want with the little lock button on the bottom.
Oh, I get it now. Gotcha.
And where are we? We are at Tech Genie. So oops, that's not what I want to do. Okay, well, okay, I showed you the text early, but that's fine. I was gonna show it to you anyway. This is what I wanted to show you. A tower of glittering office lights, holographic projections, and reflective bucky composite materials arcs high into the sky alongside a cluster of near-identical structures, all scratching at the void's underbelly. A hopper thrums to life and lifts off from the extended ledge of a hopperport a few hundred feet from the top of the tower. The hopperport fully circumscribes the building like a vertical fence dividing the white-collar labor of the tower's summit from the service workers below who support it. Far below, near true ground level, laborers mill in and out of the building as shifts change and they disperse throughout the building's service warrens to support the myriad offices found within. At the very top floor of the tower, even from a distance, you can see dim lights flick on and off through the transparent outside walls. Someone seems to be moving through the various empty offices. And yeah, so you are approaching Tech Genie HQ. It is at this point well into the evening, I think. You we'll just say that you have brought out your company issue hopper, so you are all in the vehicle together at this point as you approach Tech Genie. There are service warrens that extend throughout the building, like I said. They almost function like an arterial system. You can traverse through them. They're mainly for service workers, so like cleaning, janitorial staff, stuff like that. And mailroom as well, probably would use them. And they extend from the very lowest ground floor all the way up to, up as close as possible to the top levels of the building. You can also go through the hopperport, where it will very likely provide access to the lobby of Tech Genie. However, you know that almost is guaranteed to have some security present in the lobby. Oh, and the executive offices are going to be on the upper floors, as usual. And if you're looking for the C-suite, that's probably going to be the very top floors, because that is the sort of standard for corporate buildings in the Arcocomplex.
So what are we thinking? Politely ask some questions, break into the CFO's office and poke around.
We're not too polite, so probably not go that route.
Doesn't one of you let me try that again. Isn't one of you this is your client or something?
This is Tech Genie is all of your clients. Tech Genie, GOILEM insures Tech Genie. That is why you were called on the scene.
So maybe we should actually not break in. Can we use our authority as pea shooters to request a meeting with the CFO or something?
Yes, that would make sense as something you can do. That a good GM would have had that already prepared as an eventuality, but alas, I am your GM. So yeah,
we find ourselves breaking into the room.
No, but yeah, I think you could do that, but you know that at a minimum, just because getting a hold of a C-level executive it would be days at a minimum, really weeks before you could get a meeting on their calendar through normal channels.
We just claim routine inspection and just going that way?
We could say we have a meeting that isn't on the calendars or something.
What did you say about service passages or something?
Yeah, the service warrants. At most corporate buildings have these, but it's basically a series of you know, have you ever been like behind the shops in a mall? I don't know if anyone else has had the lovely experience
Absolutely.
of working retail at a mall. Okay, cool. Yeah. So you know, like behind the shops is those like that the tunnel system basically for getting into the actual shops proper. Basically
yeah,
that.
The tunnel of sadness.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's very echoey and cold and oftentimes damp and poorly lit. Has boxes all over it. That basically extends throughout the office building. Uh, Except it includes stairwells and freight elevator as well.
Well, I don't think politely asking is going to be our way in. We'll be in the lobby waiting for far too long.
What about if we rudely ask?
Rudely asking only gets you so far.
So have we settled on rudely not asking then?
I believe that's where we're at.
What's the old adage? It's better to ask forgiveness than permission.
Or we could just not ask for either.
I like how you think.
Yes, just take
as long as nobody finds out, we don't have to ask for forgiveness or permission.
Yeah. So as point of clarity, as the GM, just to be clear, what by asking? Okay. So what are you guys thinking?
What the heck are we doing here?
Yeah.
I think we want to search the CFO's office or computer or body to see what he knows about this. Get whatever more information we can.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. And so just to recap, there's like basically three ways to get to the C-suite, the CFO's office. You can either sneak up through the Warrens somehow, do some sort of sneaky thing through the through the lobby and just land and deal with the lobby security and go up. I guess that's really there's only two ways that are sort of make sense off the top of my head.
Crash your hopper.
I was gonna say you could also
window.
crash your hopper like real action movie style into
and then
the
go
CFO's
straight
office.
to the filing cabinets and go through all the paperwork.
Yeah. Like break out a quippy one-liner. You've been demoted.
Hey now.
Hex, how close do you have to be to access the CFO's computer?
Probably fairly close. I would imagine it has some sort of air. It has some sort of what's the word I'm looking for?
Air gap is what you're thinking of, or
Air gap. Thank you. Yep. It has some sort of air gap. I would assume I would almost have to plug directly into it.
All right, shall we take the tunnels then?
That's our best bet without running into security guards that would at least expect somebody to be running into them. Maybe we can catch somebody off guard if we do run into anyone.
We are pretty good at catching people off guard.
I'm good with it.
okay, cool. So as you enter the maintenance and service warrens, it is a long trek up the building from the ground floor entrance. However, it is minimally patrolled. There are not a whole lot of guards there. What guards are there? The security is almost entirely Android security, and not Android in the way that Hex is an Android. Hex is a delimited android. Hex is his sentience and awareness have been allowed to expand naturally however they will so that he can do his job. The majority of androids are very strictly limited in their function and what they can do and their cognitive abilities. And those are the types of androids that are patrolling most of the service warrens and floors in general. So
I assume telepathy would not work on these guys.
you no, telepathy definitely would work on them actually.
Okay.
And there's a good reason for that. But it would be upgraded in difficulty.
Okay.
Is there something in particular, like something you want to do with telepathy and the androids, or are you just thinking generally for?
I guess generally, I guess if we're trying to be sneaky or something through it, I wanted like sort of project an aura of we're supposed to be here, and it there's no need to question us. Like all of our paperwork is in order. Like
Jedi mind trick.
yeah.
Oh no, I mentioned Star Wars. We're gonna get banned from the
Oh,
server.
you fucked up.
Oh no.
Watch out.
It's okay. Drainsmith isn't watching anymore.
Yeah. Okay. We can sneak it under the radar. Okay, so I was originally gonna do this as a skill challenge. And I think I'm still gonna do a skill challenge for you guys to get up there. But I'm gonna abbreviate it a little bit so we can conclude the adventure in a reasonable amount of time. So, you will need 9 successes before 5 failures to get to the C-suite. At least one of the checks has to be a stealth, but otherwise, it is entirely up to you how you guys are making your way up to this level of the building.
So if I wanted to sort of boost us in that way, would that just be one of the skills in the skill check, or could I cast like an augment to boost other people's checks?
You could. I would. It would be a skill in the skill check, but it also could be used to just. I mean, it could also be used to boost others as part of what the skill does. Like you still get that, and you still do the check for the result of the check, but those successes or failures are going to count towards a skill check, regardless of how you use them.
Okay. I guess I want to try doing that with additional target. I guess I don't know if you want me to include that or. to affect all of us. I don't know.
Yeah, I
Not
think
quite as structured a counter.
it would be 2 purple to affect all 3 of you, because normally it's 1 purple per additional target, right?
So casting it in the first place is 2 purple. If I want to add the additional target effect, that's another 2 purple for 4 total.
Oh, and it doesn't matter how many additional targets. It's just
I need to get enough advantage to affect everyone.
Oh, right. Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah. That's fine then. Can roll it like that.
Okay, I will do that, and I will also use Strength of the Flesh to take a wound and add a success to this. We are supposed to be here. Don't worry about us. Don't pay attention to the girl who's bleeding from the ears.
It's like every time you use strength you use your like wounds to power, just bleed from the ears.
Well, that doesn't look great.
Um.
Okay, so I get 2 targets for free.
Mhm.
I guess maybe I'll give this to... I don't know, who does the talking in our group? I guess I feel like Bella's sort of the tactical leader, so I think I'll give one of them to her and one to, I don't know, Charles, I guess?
That depends. You want me to beat up an android, or do you want me to talk to one?
All of the above as necessary, I guess.
Then that sounds fine.
Okay, so Bella and Charles get
The augment benefit.
the augment. Okay, is that to a specific characteristic that
It's
you
to all
choose?
characteristics.
Oh, to all. Okay, very
Yeah.
cool. um, cool. So you have your 1 success, and then with that threat, uh, as your mind reaches out, you can feel your mind touch upon the strange and uh, metaspatial circuitry that make up the minds of the androids around you, and um, it befuddles you and causes you to take 1 strain. Okay, so Charles, you get a boost.
An ability dice.
Or yeah, an ability. Yep. Okay, cool. All right, who would like to make the next check?
I
While
guess
we're
I
making
will.
it, oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, go right ahead.
Hex is maybe gonna try and open up some camera feed so we can see, like, instead of popping around a corner and running into somebody, we can maybe check the corners beforehand.
Awesome, yeah, cool. Uh, uh, that'd be 3 difficulty, 3 purple to access the local cameras.
Okay. Oh, that's fine.
Nice.
Nice. All right. And with that 4
Um,
advantage, yeah, what do you want to do with it?
yeah, let's. Can I spend any amount of that? You tell me how much to the the next time that we do run into a baddie, that it slows them down or hampers them in some way or another, kind of banking it on the inevitable time that
Um,
S hits the fan.
yeah. I think that would take all 4 advantage, I think, but it would persist through this entire scene. So
That's
that if
fine
you
with
run
me.
into a baddie, yeah, the first baddie you run into gets slowed down or a setback or something to make to give you a little bit of a buffer before you're in the thick of it.
Deal.
All right, cool. Neat. So who wants to go next then? Charles, I think you were champing at the bit.
No, I really wasn't. I'm not really sure what I'm gonna do yet.
Okay.
There's no
Bella.
androids to punch yet.
You said at least one of these needs to be stealth.
Yes, at least one skill check at some point has to be a stealth skill check.
Okay, then I'll probably do the stealth then.
Okay.
Add that extra green. And then how many difficulty is this against?
Um, it's yeah, we're doing this as a one purple, but I'm gonna upgrade it to a red.
Just the red.
Yeah, so it's just one red.
Right.
Man,
What?
all those dice and only one success.
So you're at 3 of your needed 9, but you have no failures yet. But you also have 5 advantages. Um, I will like 5 advantages is a crit basically. So I would let you convert that into another success if you want to do that. Also, you're welcome to spend them however you want and pitch it to me. But I'm going to put that out there too, that you can just convert that fully into a second success.
Yeah, we'll just convert it to success.
Okay. All right, and you got your stealth check. So yeah, you can continue to do the check however you want. But I will need Charles to make a check of some sort.
Okay, so we've um, rerouted the computers and stealth, and we've all been boosted, right?
You have.
Yeah, you
Hex
two
and I
have.
have not been boosted.
Okay, but we have made a stealth check, and are you using the computers to see where everything is, or what did you do with the computers?
Yeah, the computer's check is basically if there's a baddie around the corner, we're using it to check corners and check doorways and stuff before we enter them. So
Okay,
thematically,
great.
that's what's going on. Mechanically, whatever that means. Well, whatever that means. But that's where we're at.
Okay, cool. Okay, so can I either use my knowledge society or streetwise to know the comings and goings of like a staff back in this area so I would know approximately how to get where we're going?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I like that. That'd be streetwise for sure. But yeah, you can use like a sort of blue collar knowledge. Um, you
And
also have the benefit of the
I get
camera access. Yeah, I'm just trying to think what that would be. It would be average difficulty, so it'd be 2 purple. But you'll get the boost. I'll give you a boost from Hex's camera access because you're basically getting a preview too of how the staff is going through these halls.
okay, and I get what else do I get? I get a success from Hex or not Hex from Bella.
You get an extra green
Yeah,
An extra green, great.
from
from Kit.
Kit. Yeah.
Oh, from Kit. Okay, sorry, I
No
have a hard
worries.
time remembering who everybody is. Okay, so yellow, 2 green, 2 purple, and a blue.
Yep.
Oh, so close.
Those purple dice had it out for you.
They
You
sure
get an
did. Hey, you
advantage.
can't succeed every time.
I'm trying to think if I guess it doesn't count as a failure though. I mean, it's a failed check, but you don't get
You didn't
a
accrue any
failure on your track.
failures.
Yeah, I've actually never run into that on a skill challenge. It's weird. Um,
I think it's
yeah,
just that's one fail versus how many successes do we need?
9 successes, but you don't even get a failure because you didn't actually get a failure. You just get a wash.
Oh, okay, I see that.
But you do have an advantage to spend. So uh, it could be something as simple as using your knowledge of the workers, even though you can't predict the way that they work. You could pass a boost on, just sort of giving people a feel for to regale them with stories of working in the service warrants.
Yeah, okay. Um I'll make the comment. Oh, we go this way, and then walk into a wall, and I'll go. Oh, it must have been the other way, and I'll give the next person a boost die.
Okay, sounds good. Um, okay, yeah. So you are now at the second round of the skill challenge. You are at 4 successes out of 9 and 0 out of 5 failures. How would you like to do? Yeah, what would you like to do for your next checks? And I think at this point we are your the team is cautiously uh, navigating the maze-like service warrens of this corporate office building. Hex has been able to access the cameras and sort of pull an ongoing heads up of what's around the next corner as you navigate through. While Kit Papriki has been channeling some of that meta psychic power into uh, Charles and Bella.
Non-copyright infringing mind tricks.
Yeah, not exactly. Yeah, very IP respectful mind tricks, and yeah, all the while, Bella is taking the lead and. In true squad tactics fashion, ushering you through the tunnels, albeit having to deal with Charles giving totally incorrect directions. But you all at least know that Charles, his heart is in the right place, even if his ability is not.
I am thinking maybe at some point we actually do encounter an android, and I try to kind of fast talk it. I imagine it's a little bit disoriented by the effects of the telepathy, and so I'm, making up some rules and legislations and,
Sure.
scheduled reasons for us to be here. And then I am also going to use my ensorcelled talent. Basically, I'm talking like too fast, like it's on like 1.25 speed or whatever, and it's just that little bit more disorienting to the android, and it doesn't want to admit that it's confused and doesn't want to know what's going on.
Sure. Yeah. I guess that would be deception.
That's what I was hoping for.
Yeah. I mean that would be deception. So against the android's vigilance. The android guards, although they lightly patrol the this area, they still all travel in groups of 2 at
Okay.
any given time. So it is going to be a make sure that's right, because yeah, I guess that doesn't. Yeah, it does. Okay. Red and a purple will be your difficulty for that.
Okay, and then the ensorcelled talent gives me an automatic success and advantage. So, there we go.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Okay.
I get some directions from him.
Yeah. So as you're Well, okay, so some of your metapsychic ability is coming into play here. So sort of describe to me what how this is happening with Kit, because Ensorcelled also has visual effects too, right?
Right. Yeah, that's what I mean about me talking like a little bit too fast. Like it's uh like it feels like it's losing time or something, and I'm like yammering on, and it's just contributing to it being bamboozled and slightly disoriented.
Um, sure, yeah.
And so it's just like, all right, I'm just going along with it.
And yeah, so at some point, and because and there's actually two androids here, so eventually they are looking back and forth between you and then to each other, like, she seems to have a valid reason to be here. I think, yes, we will. Uh, the freight elevator is that way, ma'am. Did you need us to escort you? I believe the C-suite is expecting you.
Are they? I mean, yeah, of course, yeah. No, that's fine. You could just radio ahead and let the other patrols know that we needn't be stopped.
Okay, yeah, that's okay. Yes, we of course, you will be added to the check-in list accordingly.
And what were your service IDs? I'll be sure to submit a glowing review to customer service.
Yeah, what my service ID is 1, his service ID is 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's easy to remember.
You met the very first android security guards in the building. Congratulations. But yeah, so I think with that though, you any other sort of stealth check or deception check where you're trying to interact with the like the administrative aspect of the building, you'll get a boost on that because of your interaction just now. You also still do have your two advantages. That's regardless of your advantages.
I will pass a boost to whoever goes next, and then I will recover 1 strain.
Cool.
And as we're in the freight elevator, I'm also gonna like let out a deep sigh, like I was very nervous that was gonna go wrong, and use second wind and get another strain back.
All right. So you are currently at 8 successes and 0 failures. So who would like to take the next check? So very likely be the final check because you are getting a boost for it as well.
Still plenty of time to roll 5 failures in 1 check.
It's true, actually.
Hex walks up. We're taking the elevator now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're in the freight elevator at this point.
He is going to open up the panel and do some beep bop, and use mechanic skill to fast track this thing all the way to a C-suite, so that it doesn't stop anywhere, and we get there as quick as possible.
Okay. Yeah. That'll just be. You said you're like popping open I guess a skullduggery check or computers check. They both make sense to you. It's sort of up to you. Like, are you hot wiring the panel, or are you trying to access it?
Well,
hack it.
I was fishing for a mechanics to open it up and to move some wires around. But
I'll give you the mechanics check if you want. If you want to do the
right.
mechanics check, you can have that. And you also get the blue from Kit's boost.
Okay. So I got my abilities and then 2 purple and the blue.
Yes.
Holy moly.
Boy.
How about I do one of those 5 advantage?
So you'll get a 0. You'll get a wash on the. You can do that, yeah, and you get no failure on the failure track. Then you still have an advantage left.
That's fine. I'm gonna do that. We're not failing anything. We're not getting 1 failure for this. And
not on Hex's watch.
I'll use the advantage to, I don't know, pass a boost die, I guess, because.
Okay.
The blue
Yeah.
wave is real.
Yeah, as you do manage to make the freight elevator go. You don't manage to make it go faster, um, but you manage to somehow lock out any other um, elevator requests. No one else can get on this elevator until you reach the top floor, for whatever reason. Um, so yeah, who is doing the next check then? With a boost from Hex.
I could look around for any um, magical presences on the way up, or if there's any sort of magical protections when we get to that floor.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That'd be an occult knowledge check. You're trying to just basically discern the occult presence.
Is it alright if I'm still maintaining my augment on
No, I was gonna say
Charles?
at this point the augment is, well, if you maintain it, right, it costs 2 strain, basically.
It costs a maneuver. It's up to you, I guess, if I have used a maneuver. I'm fine with either option.
I'm rolling 2 yellow for this, so it's okay if you let that drop.
Yeah, I'm gonna say like if you want to maintain it, it's gonna cost 2 strain just to maintain it because this is longer than like the structured time.
Right, yeah. I'll let it drop then if Charles is confident.
Okay. The blood
Well, I didn't say I
from
was confident. I said all 2 yellow.
the blood from Kit's ears just goes like back into her ears, and she's no longer bleeding out of the ears. Um, the Charles, you still get the boost from Hex.
All right, here we go.
Ooh, and with an otherwise a wash, you slide right into the 9 success count that you need. You so I think one aspect of Hex's failure to make the elevator go up faster, it did something with like the brakes though, so like it is screeching as it goes up the elevator shaft, um, and you as you sort of focus your energies and your mind on trying to sense occult presence here, you almost get lost in the screech of the elevator going up this tower. Time sort of slows down for a moment for Charles as
Wasn't
uh,
me.
the echo, as the screech sort of echoes and gets Dopplered out, uh, almost. There is you do sense something magic in the air here, and it is getting stronger and stronger as you approach the top levels. In fact, as the freight elevator comes to a halt at the C-suite, and before the doors open, you are almost overwhelmed with a sense of otherworldly, occult energies. And then the doors open to the C-suite, and you see um, a series of very modern, sort of contemporary glass walls and glass offices. You can basically see the entire floor from the freight elevator, but you are fast enough to avoid detection as you sort of like leap around to the corner of the doors, the elevator freight doors, so you're not spotted within. There are android guards, more android guards, much greater presence, patrolling the floor. Uh, However, you also see one person, one human in the distance, going from terminal to terminal, but going from C-suite office to C-suite office. Uh, accessing the terminals. It's very strange. Let me...
Somebody that looks like they should be there, or someone who looks like they should not be there?
They 100% look like they should be there. They have an almost unnatural presence and swagger that screams that screams C exec.
My God, those teeth are so white.
And very articulated.
Do we need him alive?
I think so.
Okay, just want to be clear before anything happens.
Charles says, well, you know, if you kill him, I can always bring him back to ask him questions.
I feel like that might be easier.
Wait, can you?
Yeah,
Yeah, I have one.
Oh yeah, I guess you do. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, maybe we could try asking questions first. We don't know anything
It's
other
your
than
time.
he's the one who purchased the runes. You said there were or weren't android guards up here?
There are android guards. They are patrolling the halls.
But it's like completely open, essentially. So basically, they would see us.
Do we
very
have
easily,
any
right?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
non-lethal ranged weapons? Can we shoot him with a stun or something?
Not me.
Yeah, I think Hex is the only one with a non-lethal weapon, and that's a brawl weapon, I believe, right?
Right. Okay.
Well, Charles, let's go talk to him.
Okay, I'll step out of the elevator.
And I'll stick close behind.
Poor guy. It'd be nicer if we killed him.
Subjective to Charles. Okay.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
So, okay, so you are going to just try and engage. You're trying to like hail the guy, just engage with him.
Yeah, I guess we all step out of the, I step out of the elevator, and do they see me like immediately?
I mean, if you want them to, yeah, they can. That's
I'm not being quiet, so.
yeah. So okay, I mean in that case, they see you immediately. The guards at least see you immediately, and the man in the distance, who you can tell just from the theater cutout, is Ryan Peatloth. He finishes what he's doing on the terminal, and then turns back to you and says, "Oh, hi there. I'm Ryan Peatloth. What can I do for you?" Is there
That
a
depends on
reason?
what you've already done.
What I've already done? I've helped make Tech Genie the most valuable cybernetics and genetics integration company in history, really. I mean, that's what I've done. Who are you exactly? I think one of my receptionists, one of my assistants, informed me that there was an appointment made at the last minute to come up here.
We're from GOILEM's. We had a few questions for you about whatever the name of the building was that got exploded.
Mm-hmm. Right, right. Yeah, that's a real tragedy. That a bunch of our researchers and scientists lived in that Arco complex. But that's why we have you guys as our insurers. So I'm glad to see that you're on the case.
Yeah, you look all busted up over it.
I am heartbroken.
Sense motive.
You've got cybernetic hearts now, right?
Oh, this ticker, it's all natural, I assure you.
Is there maybe like a meeting room or something we could all get together in and discuss things?
I, I'm certainly happy to cooperate with your investigation. I don't know how much help I'll be. I as the CFO, I don't have a whole lot of interactions with our arcologies. That's mostly performed by the administrative arm of the company. I mean, are you sure you don't want to talk to HR?
So we all know about the receipt, right? We've all seen it.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then
at
I
this
would have
point,
also told you guys that he mentioned Ryan specifically.
yeah.
That Walk mentioned Ryan specifically. I mean, I'm gonna head over to him and I'll be like, oh, well, we'll get to them in time, but we wanted to question you first, of course. Really do our due diligence.
Okay, I mean, I'm very busy, but anything I can do to help. Um, so yeah, what are you trying to get out of him, I guess?
I'm just trying to get us all in one place and not be in this sort of weird environment where we're like shouting at each other across this like glass
Oh, okay, so yeah, to be clear,
building. Like
to,
to
to
get us all in one room and have a discussion rather than have him be able to make a break for it at any moment or whatever.
okay, sure, yeah. So to be clear, he is like within short range of you guys
Oh,
right now.
okay,
He
okay.
he's not just like like shouting at you from his office down the hallway. But if you do, yeah, you are able to get him to step into one of these small conference rooms. It fits about it's everything within it is short range and it fits uh, all four of you fairly comfortably.
Is it near the edge of the building?
Yeah, we can say that.
That makes me nervous.
Just in case.
I'm nervous for Ryan. I don't know what's about to come, but I fear for Mr. Peatloff. But yeah, you are in. Okay, so you are in a small all glass conference room, just like every other room in this uh, on this floor, overlooking the cityscape of the Chicago Arco complex.
Is there like a privacy switch that we could flick? I imagine they don't always want the conference room
Yeah, yeah. There's yeah.
visible at all times.
The light switches on and the walls go opaque, except for the wall overlooking the city.
So you have control of all the apron strings around here, huh?
I suppose you could say it. I mean, I am the CFO. That is how a CFO. That's what I do. I run the finances and do the business things.
So why is your company spending money on transportation runes?
I beg your pardon.
And you want to pull out the receipt hex?
Yes, here. This.
And I guess that goes right in his face.
Yeah.
Perhaps you can explain this then.
Um. So I'm just thinking of how exactly he's gonna react. My screen didn't freeze or anything. Yeah, so he's going to look at it and uh, winces for a second. You almost don't catch it. It's the sort of briefest expression flits across his face before he resumes his incredibly too cheery veneer that he clearly has honed over years of the corporate life. um, Charles or Hex is holding it out to him?
Yeah, Hex has the receipt.
Okay,
Yep.
cool, perfect. He looks at Hex and what does charm go against? That's cool. So I'm gonna have Hex. You roll a cool check against this charm.
Cool check.
Yes. So it's going to be basically you're trying to resist Ryan Peatlock charming you, and that's going to be
Okay.
2 purples and 3 reds.
Oof.
And he sort of
Against my 1 green.
uh, yep. And then and
Being an
I'm doing it this way because
semi-emotionless android give him anything here?
no. If anything, it actually works against. In this particular situation, it works against Hex. This the way that we're gonna do it because as a GM I prefer to have players roll as much as possible. The failures are gonna be strain to you as a social skill check basically.
Okay.
So yeah, he looks at this and he looks at Hex and says, "Oh, I don't think you need to worry about that, my android friend." Um,
Oof.
and something about the tone in Ryan's voice uh, just uh, um, reverberates with you. It just makes sense, and you feel like you can trust him. Take 5 strain,
Can I do
but you do get that advantage.
an occult knowledge check?
Yes, you can do an occult knowledge check. Um, well, what are you trying to do with your occult knowledge specifically?
Did it look like he was using more than just natural charm? Was it an enhanced magic charm? Was basically what I'm trying to figure out.
Sure. Yeah, that'd be 3 purple occult knowledge. Um, Hex, what do you want to do with that advantage that you got?
I'm just gonna try and recover one of the 5 that I just took.
It's fair enough. Okay, cool. As Hex sort of takes some robotic deep breaths. Charles, you know there is magic afoot. You know there is something unnatural about Ryan Peatlock. You absolutely cannot tell what it is though, and just trying to decipher whatever mystic nexus is happening here before your eyes sends the lizard part of your brain, the instinct-driven hindbrain, screaming in terror. So you take 2 strain. And so this is basically a structured social encounter at this point.
Um.
And so yeah. Okay, so and yeah, what Hex just rolled was Ryan's check actually. That was Ryan's
Okay.
action. Just to you guys know.
I want to be like, listen, Ryan, like we already know everything. Like Walk told us everything already. We know about the kids. We know about the new age. We know about Gary. We just want to hear your side of it. And I'm fishing for a deception here. Hopefully, I can
Yeah,
trick him into thinking we know more.
you can roll a deception that is going to go in as a vigilance. So that's going to be 3 reds and a purple.
Yeesh.
And as he has ominous reputation. So when you target him, you suffer 2 strain.
Okay. And I believe I already used my ensorcelled, so here we go. Hey.
Out of nowhere, the
We take those.
yeah, okay, so you deal strain to him too. What, so you can take the crit. I'm trying to remember
Yeah, how
how
does
that works
there's some kind of crit thing
for strain
with these.
or
5
for
strain.
social. I don't think it's. Is it 5?
I
I
think
want to
it is.
say it's 5 for a critical social.
Let me see if I have. Just the GM. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I know
It is 5 strain.
it is 5 strain. Okay, cool.
Yeah, 1 triumph or 4 advantage.
Okay, cool.
I feel like that's better than learning a motivation. Because 5 is a hell of a lot of strain.
It is.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Hex
hit
is
him with the
just
strain.
Hex
Just
is just like this guy's not that bad. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
yeah, I guess hearing all of those very specific names that hopefully are on the right page kind of rattles him a bit, or at least
So you're applying the 5 strain.
yeah, I'm gonna hit him with that plus the regular successes, I guess.
And yeah, with a threat, that's not enough for him to learn one of your motivations, I think. But he's gonna. So yeah, when you say that he for a solid like 3 seconds just silently smiles at you with um, terrifying menace, and you suffer a strain uh, for that. So you take 3 strain automatically, but
Sorry, was that 3 plus the 2 I took for making this in the first place, or is that
no,
3
that's 3
total?
total. 3 total. So you took
Okay,
2 for
cool.
making the check, and then 1 for the threat.
Okay.
Ryan looks says to you, and then after he breaks the silence after a few moments and says, "It that doesn't matter. You who I'm the CFO of Tech Genie. Who are you? You're just some pea shooters? Can have a new team on this case by tomorrow. I recommend that you follow other trails of investigation. He is gonna roll an intimidation, so a coercion check back to you. Except I'm having you guys roll it, so we're doing the um. So it's your cool against his coercion, which is just 4 purple.
4 purple.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and use my archetype ability to flip one of the GM story points, and then use it for this. So no net change to the story points
Stealing my
to
story
upgrade.
points?
Huh?
You're stealing my precious story points?
I'm not. I'm not stealing anything.
Just
Not even
borrowing.
using one of ours.
Nothing to see here.
Whew.
All right. So, yeah, with that, you are unfazed by his threat.
Yeah, I'm like, who are we? Who are you? Some CFO of a company? I've seen things you could never believe. You don't scare me.
Why did that just go? So we should be at 9 strain now total.
Charles smiles.
And yeah, I mean, with the threat, again, it's just everything about interacting with this guy makes your skin not just crawl, but like curdle and just shrivel up. Like it is, he when he is menacing, he is incredibly off-putting. So just take an extra strain from that threat.
All right.
But with that though, Ryan nods to himself and says, "You're right. Who are you? I have to say, I am impressed. But I have a question back for you. Do you want to find out who was responsible for this, or do you want to save those missing kids?"
Well, sir, I'll be honest. I was hoping for both.
uh, well, that's quite the ask you've got there. Unfortunately for fleshy, linear creatures like yourselves, that's just not how the world works. One or the other.
Sorry, what?
There is a transport with 5 children leaving right this moment for a destination. If you ever want to see those children again, I advise you go and stop it. And then he flicks the address of a there is a beanstalk equivalent in this world, but also many ships use chem launch pads too, just to do their own space launch as well, because sometimes it's just more efficient. So he sends you the address of one of these spaceports, which are fueling and prep stations to send frigate and other ships, mostly well-to-do rich people, into space on their yachts. So there you have it. I just gave you their address. You can save those kids, or you can sit here with me and we can keep talking about how you're not going to ever make me take responsibility for any of this.
So you saying you're not responsible for this?
I think we both don't need to say whether or not that's the case. Or I think neither of us need to say that. You get what I'm trying to say.
I really don't. I just find your voice annoying, so no, I haven't been listening to you that much.
um, okay, so just in case I'm not being clear in character, what basically Ryan Peatloff has offered you the address of a spaceport. You had hints up to this point that uh, the teleportation runes had something to do with um, five with children disappearing, based on some stuff you overheard with Wok. Uh, Ryan has more or less just confirmed that to you and said that they are about to be abducted on a freight ship and gave you the address of that freight ship and is giving you the option to either stay and quibble with him or rush to catch up with the ship and try to save the children.
Why should we trust this information? We could get there and find out there's nobody on board.
Charles stands up,
Yeah.
lights a cigarette, says, "Looks like there's no way to win here, just a way to lose more slowly," and starts walking out the door.
I think, yeah, I like that. That's actually perfect for the scene because I think that, yeah, as Charles does his very characteristic version of table flipping, um, Ryan does like the finger gun thing. Is this now that guy's got it. He understands. You're you mortal things aren't meant for winning. You're meant for being used. Now go and do what you're told to do.
Hex is going to walk up to Ryan and say, "It was great meeting you. You have a great sense of humor. You have a nice day." And walks out following Charles.
It's like, what?
He seemed like a nice guy.
I look over at him and I say, "Isn't it a pity how the wrong people always have so much?" And board the elevator.
Bella, what are how
Can
are
we
you
at
doing in this
least
conundrum?
steal his corporate hopper?
Oh, absolutely. I'm so on board with that.
Okay, so yeah, when you get to the lobby floor, you find a really snazzy hopper on the hopper port, and it's Ryan's, and it's yeah. If you want to take it, that is not a roll. That is you as a
We deserve this.
sign of yeah sort of frustration. You are able to steal Ryan's hopper, which he will surely just buy a new one the next day, as if it was nothing.
Hex, he's such a nice guy. He would want us to have this hopper. Don't you agree?
I do agree. He was a nice guy.
Okay.
He even referred to me as mortal. So he's A-okay in my book.
You found the secret to Hex's heart. Just you're a human. You're a real boy, Hex.
Oh,
um. Yeah. So. Yeah. Sorry. Did you want to do anything with Bella? I didn't mean to sort of cut your opportunity to do something.
I mean, the only thing that would do is probably shoot him, but that's probably not a good choice at this point.
I.
Bella just hangs out the window of the hopper and shoots off a couple rounds.
Point break.
Yeah, I think that
Fly past the C-suites again.
as you fly. Oh well, sure. As you take off from the not Jincheki, Tech Genie, the, the Tech Genie building, you uh you notice the most of the offices lights are off except for one office, and you can see from the hopper Ryan Peatloff just sort of watching you with a glass of cognac or some sort of amber alcohol in his hand, uh, just sort of lazily watching you, and as if he's observing a show. And um, with that, we move to why is that open? Move to the next scene.
Recover strain.
Yes, you may all recover strain.
Womp womp.
So, do you have vision on this page, by the way, that we're all on now? Like you can see the picture in the back.
Spaceship?
Space.
Yes, yeah. Okay, perfect. Yeah, there should be some spaceships.
I saw the spaceship, but all my skills bars were gone, so I'm reloading.
Oh, that's just because I haven't put you guys on the actual thing yet. So I just put you all there. There we go. So, you get to the Chem launch spaceport just as the frigate with the abducted children takes off. Muffled, crackling echoes from its exhaust trail just before you feel a slight concussive force gently push down on you. Nearby, conveniently, a rockhopper has just completed refueling and launch prep. Android laborers retreat from the vehicle to probably find and summon its owners. It is totally unguarded for the moment. It could definitely get you to the fleeing frigate, but only if you hurry.
Yes.
All right.
We take
We
that.
Perfect.
we do so.
All right, perfect. Go ahead. I just want have everyone as the frigate takes off and you push it to catch up with the frigate with the children. Everyone make an easy resilience check, and you get 1 strain per failure if you fail. Otherwise, we will move to. I think this is going to be. Yeah, so that's friendly. Everyone has access to that.
1 strain or
Did you forget to put your seatbelt on or something, Bella?
Yeah, but she looks so cool doing it.
yeah, I was making sure everybody else got on first.
Yeah, so you just take the 2 strain, but I guess with
Okay.
with the 6 advantage, wow, you guys all rolled a lot of. I was setting stuff up so I didn't see your all the rolls when they were doing. You guys got a lot of advantage. So with that advantage, I'm gonna say with the collective advantage that you got, you actually are able to push the rockhopper to its limit of acceleration, and you find yourselves within short range of the fleeing frigate. And what do we need? Oh, we need chase music. So and yeah, so you I'll also give you because that is a ton of advantage. I think that you guys also get the like the first action, the first first round of action. The way that we'll do this is as a chase scene. You're at the top of each round, both vehicles will move their speed, and your relative ranges will change relative to each other based on that. You both have 3 speed, so basically you will, unless you do otherwise, you'll both maintain whatever range band changes you make. And I will, the frigate gets its own action. But the hopper that you guys are flying does not get its own action. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, and then you can use standard vehicle interaction rules. So you can use maneuvers to do certain maneuver actions. Your vehicle, which you should be able to see, I think. Can you guys see that as... Can you guys see the sheet?
I don't see a sheet.
Okay, so... Alright, you all have ownership permissions on the rockhopper sheet now, so you should be able to see it. It is a 4 silhouette vehicle with 3 speed, has 22 hull, 16 system strain, 3 armor, and a flak cannon that shoots medium range.
Do any of us know how to fly this thing?
Currently,
I was just assuming Bella knew, to be honest.
Yeah, I got. This would be piloting, right?
Yeah, it would be piloting. And remember, you also get your 20 experience. So, you have any quick things you want to spend, you can do that right now.
I want to take that Ghost in the Machine.
Okay, cool.
I'm taking heightened awareness, but I don't know how much that'll actually help currently.
I believe I have enough to grab, whatchamacallit, conduit?
Just heightened awareness, is that... there it is. Conduit? Yeah. And what is conduit? That's 4? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Charles, is there anything that you wanted to get real quick before we switch these scenes?
Can I take 2 ranks of gunnery?
Sure. Yeah, you can grab 2 ranks of gunnery.
Does this thing have guns?
Charles suddenly
got a
is like,
flat cannon.
I know how to
Oh, okay.
shoot space guns.
This brings me back to my time in the war.
It was rough. I never saw a guy's head do that in my life.
Perfect. Okay, so yeah, so we are at the top of it. I'm gonna roll. So like I said, you guys get a pre-initiative order round with those advantages. Why isn't this? Oh, I guess there's no way for me to roll. So yeah, the enemy one is just gonna get 0.1 for his initiative roll. Just to make it simpler. But yeah, you guys can go and roll your initiatives now with vigilance.
Which skill do you want us to use?
Vigilance.
Okay.
Wait, how do we do that again?
I don't have a button like I did last time.
So if you go into the combat tracker, there should be like a little die.
Oh, I can click there where there should be one, but there isn't actually a picture for some reason.
Oh,
Yeah,
it just
the
rolled it for
icons
you.
are kind
You
of
just got
disappearing
2.
a bit.
Oh, I see. The icon just isn't loading. Okay. Yeah, you should still be able to click it though
Yeah.
in that same spot. Because yeah, Kit and
And
Hex.
also, I should be getting 2 boosts, so I'm gonna roll those from
Yeah, just
heightened
go.
awareness.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead and just roll them.
Oh yeah, are we like
So you got
engaged?
1.1.
Do we get those as well?
Are you what?
Are we engaged with Bella? I don't remember if this is the same as the Star Wars one, but I remember
Yeah.
that would give benefits to the
Engaged, you
allies
get
as
2.
well.
Short range, you get 1.
Oh, as a boost for initiative?
Yeah.
Her heightened awareness also gives us boosts for initiative.
Oh, I see. Yeah. You guys, I think that it makes sense because this is still your initiative that's being rolled. It's not like the ship or something. So I don't know what just happened. A bunch of dice just like flew across the screen. Oh, okay. Oh, you just rolled vigilance. Okay, so you got a 3.2.
Okay, I'm gonna roll 2 blues and then you can modify it, or can I modify the initiative?
I mean, I'm gonna say that you guys already have beat the fleeing frigate considerably.
Oops.
Because I gave them
Okay.
this is a 0.1. So like,
Sounds good. If we're all
yeah, you're all
moving
top of the
forward,
list
then
anyway.
yeah.
So go ahead. So yeah, like I said, you get a free round as well from your massive advantage count. So yeah, so you'll basically get 2 actions each of you before the frigate gets to do its action. Whoop! I just deleted the frigate by accident. There we go. All right. So who would like to go first, and what would you like to do?
Do you think Hex has access to the network?
Yes, absolutely. If you want to do a hacking check and you want to use some of your hacking
Yeah.
abilities.
I want to use my brand new hacking ability.
All right.
So I'm going to use Ghost in the Machine and do a hard computers check. If successful, I select one drone, vehicle, or piece of equipment involved in the current encounter to dictate its action until the start of my next turn.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, go for it. Sure. I didn't realize that is
Tier
what Drone in the
5.
Machine did, but yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Whoa.
Cool. So it sounds like you have possessed the fleeing frigate. Um,
I will tell this frigate to shut down, so it's no longer accelerating or stop it, but that's not how physics works. And so, like by the start of next turn, we will catch up to it. I'm assuming.
yeah, you're
GG
trying to
guys.
turn off its have it decelerate basically, or drop its speed. So yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, you can shut. So you're just gonna shut off its engines, I guess.
Yep. And then I have a threat that you can spend
Yeah.
however you like.
And with that threat, you you'll take the strain from it, but the reason you're taking strain is that as you access the fleeing frigate, there is another mind in the fleeing frigate. In fact, there the entire frigate itself seems to be a mind. There is a being, an entity, something sinister and not like you that is uh, that has fully possessed the frigate. While you are a ghost in the machine, this other thing is the spirit of the machine itself, and that spooks you. You're a little bit spooked, and
Yeah. I'll spend a maneuver to just be like, guys, there's a thing in the thing, guys, and that's it.
oh yeah, that'd be an incidental too, right? So you just tell everyone that there's a thing
No,
in the
I
thing.
spend a whole maneuver.
A whole maneuver.
Whole maneuver doing that.
There's a lot of hand gestures involved.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, who would like to go next?
So, what's our goal here? Like, dock with the thing? I guess we can't like shoot it down, obviously. I mean, we can, but we shouldn't. Can we? Are we in space yet, or are we still in?
You are in space. No. You are fully in high Earth orbit, at least. Ships move very fast in this setting. They move narratively fast. It's not like
Yeah.
it doesn't.
No worries. So we need to get it to stop. We need to dock with it, and then we need to get the kids off, I guess. Does our rock hopper, do we have like a smaller shuttle or anything that we could fly over to it with, or is it just like we have to dock with it directly?
You would have to dock directly. It isn't an issue. I mean, assuming that everything is copacetic, there's no issue docking with it. But yeah, you would have to perform a docking maneuver.
All right, well, if Hex says there's a mind in there, I want to hit it with telepathy. Can I attack the mind in the ship?
Yeah. Um, I think so. That's cool. That's not something I considered, but yeah, I think so. So with, but no, but that's legit. So I think with you could do it to telepathy. You can attack its system strain. But you definitely hull, like there's nothing you can do with hull. With
Right. Yeah.
telepathy.
I don't think we want to.
Damage the hull. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, so you said we were short range. Is that chill? Okay, so I'm doing an attack. If I added holy, unholy telepathy, this is like some weird, horrible Eldritch mind thing. Does that apply?
Yeah. That does, and I'll tell you why. And the reason why is because you are an organic human mind, or at least fundamentally human mind, that is trying to exert will over what you can tell is a machine mind. It is not uh, a spirit of the flesh.
All right. So I guess I'm looking out a window at it and then reaching out with my mind. And just like, honestly, probably in the beginning, I probably just think Hex is crazy and just has a virus and is ranting or something. And then I realize there is indeed something there. And so I am just like, oh gosh, shut that crap down. What the heck is that? So this is going to be an attack with the holy. So that should be 2 difficulty. And this is telepathy. And what do we got here? We got some cool talents that do things. Because there's not really anything to activate here. Yeah, I'll just take the customary wound to add a success to this.
Okay, little ear blood flowing.
Yeah, just a little. You guys are used to it. Nice.
Like,
okay.
oh, there goes Kit, bleeding out of the ears again, doing weird magic crap.
So this is, my characteristic is 3, so it's 3 damage plus 2 per success because of the holy thing.
Okay.
So I think that ends up at 7.
7 systems. Okay, cool. Yeah, as you focus your thoughts and mind and reach out with your mind towards the I gave the wrong, you guys, the rock hopper has 0 system strain. The fleeing frigate sort of psychokinetic electricity just erupts from various parts of the fleeing frigate, and you see lights flicker all across its bow.
Okay, guys, whatever the hell this thing is, I don't like it, and now it doesn't like me.
So what you're saying is you want me to shoot it?
No, Charles, there's kids on board, remember? I mean, if you could hit the engines or something, maybe, but just don't blow it up.
Can I
The
hit the
camera
engines or
pans to
something?
Charles.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, I don't know what the specific rule is, but rather than slow things down and dig through the book, I'll say that you can aim. If you want to do that, it'll take a maneuver to aim, and it'll it'll upgrade the difficulty to hit the engines. But you can do that.
Okay. So upgrade it like 1 red and a purple, or upgrade it like 3 purple?
No, just one. Just turn 1 purple into a red. So there should be like an upgrade difficulty button that you can click. Yeah, that should be good.
And I'm going to use a story point to upgrade my roll too.
All right, yeah, go for it. Awesome.
All right. And I'm aiming, so is that a boost die?
I'm gonna say no, just because you're aiming at the engines. Like that's what the upgrade in difficulty is coming from.
Great. Okay, here we go.
All right, cool. So with that, so we'll just apply that as system strain. And
All right.
yeah, so you inflict the 6 damage as strain with the upgraded difficulty. You, with that threat, I'm going to pocket that threat for the moment for a reason, and you'll find out later. So again, don't worry about it, but I'll just keep that up my sleeve. But that threat has been noted, and it is very much appreciated.
That sounds fine.
Worry about it, but don't worry about it.
And
That little guy. You don't have to worry about that little guy.
or no, Hex, you already went. Bella, it is your turn.
Can I do the reposition maneuver to get basically like start docking with them?
Yeah, totally. I don't think that's not a there's no cost, there's no roll associated with that. That's just a maneuver. So I think yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
So reposition,
Okay.
you're basically you are in. So you're trying to engage with them while their engines are down. Yeah, I think that makes sense because you basically you take out their engines, you've begun frying the systems, and now the rock hopper is beginning to engage the sort of docking maneuvers and thrusters as uh, the ships begin to nudge towards each other. Do you want to do anything with your? That's a maneuver though. Did you want to do anything with your action? I think that's a maneuver.
Yeah. So I'm also gonna take 2 strain to also decelerate a bit. So when we actually dock with them, we're not going at full speed.
Okay, cool. That's 2 system strain. Right, so there we go.
And then on the action, I will do the field commander and attempt to actually give other people a chance to do more actions or maneuvers. So should just be 2. Yeah. Okay. So basically, I can have up to 4 allies take maneuvers. So anybody that wants to take an extra maneuver can do so.
Okay, cool. Yeah, does anyone want to take an extra maneuver?
Can I aim mentally
Sure,
in
yeah.
preparation to?
Yeah, I mean you're focusing your thoughts and your will.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's fair. Just really squinting your
Hex is
face.
going to spend the maneuver to walk to the other side of the ship, and that's it.
Okay.
Look out the other window.
You're walking away. Hex is walking away from the enemy ship, the frigate.
No, just to look at it in through a different window, like literally just like going from the front and just like walking 6 feet to the right to look out
Sure.
another
Oh,
window.
sure. Okay, cool. Yeah. So yeah, as Kit concentrates and focuses her will and mental fortitude, Hex sort of strolls over to the nearby portal and is watching the strange ship with the mysterious entity inside it silently approach. Is Charles? Are you taking the extra maneuver that you got?
Sure, I'll take a shot.
Well, that wouldn't be a maneuver, right? So I think you could.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to do, so.
Okay, cool. That's fine. And we will get to the next scene. And like I said, that was actually just your first, your like bonus round because of your ridiculous advantage. And at this point, the ship, um, you feel the entire ship vibrate and shudder as the docking clamps connect, and the fleeing frigate and rock hopper are coupled at this point, and you are able to access the frigate if you would like to do so.
Yeah, I'll definitely pop up and head to the airlock or whatever docks us to it with my gun drawn.
Okay.
Bullets in space. What a great idea.
um. Yeah, Hex, Bella, Kit. as the ships dock together, what would you guys like to do?
Could Hex do another Ghost in the Machine check to make sure that this thing doesn't take off or otherwise screw with us while we're trying to enter?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Go ahead. Do another Ghost in the Machine check. And I'm gonna upgrade well, okay, that's fine. That's the secret to Foundry VTT. Getting good rolls. You just roll them before the GM says, "I'm gonna upgrade the difficulty."
Oh, it didn't work
But
that
that's
time.
yeah, it's fair anyway. So yeah, you as you attempt to cast your mind and awareness into these ship systems, yet again, you are repelled by this entity forcefully and without hesitation. It just rebuffs you completely. But you do have an advantage. So I think with the advantage, you learn that uh, there are no organic life. There's no life forms on the ship. It's a completely except for there are 5 life forms on the ship, but there's no crew
Okay, I was like,
on the ship.
fuck.
Yeah, no, there's no crew on the ship aside from the 5 life forms, presumably these children. And
How common is it for a ship to be autonomous? Obviously, this weird alien mind is out of the ordinary, but
it is not common at all. The
okay.
rigors of space travel, even within the solar system, still sort of require the flexibility of a human crew. Um, yeah, so you are able to detect that, but you can't quite pinpoint where the uh, 5 life signs are on the ship. Um, yeah, who else? Uh, yeah, Kit, Bella, what are you guys doing?
So once it's actually been secured on the other ship, then I'll hop out and head towards the airlock.
All right, cool. And Kit, would
I'm gonna try and keep blasting this entity and shut it down.
okay?
If that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead and do your roll.
Same roll as before. I get a boost,
I'm
and
going
then
to upgrade the difficulty though with a story point.
I wasn't quick enough.
Yep.
And then can I also do a regular maneuver to aim in addition, just on my turn?
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
really
yeah.
focus on the
Really,
thing.
just really focus on it.
So that should be 9 damage.
Nice. And yeah, and with that, you pierce through any system's protections. You are able to feel the entity's mind for just a moment, and you actually with your advantage, you can tell that you know where you've located the children on the vessel as well as the entire vessel's lights and engines power down, and the whole thing begins to go through a reboot cycle as the system it collapses beneath your
Mm.
telepathic assault.
You don't have long, and I'll try to give them the directions as best I can understand them.
Okay, perfect. And yes, so as you approach the debilitated vessel, you immediately feel a preternatural tension in your chest. Something seems off. There's a quietness to the frigate that somehow seems to permeate even the soundless void of space. Nevertheless, the docking maneuver was a simple task, and you're able to board the frigate without any further issue. Inside the frigate, you see long, um, sort of mechanical hallways. Uh, there's many small side rooms full of storage. Obviously, this frigate was being prepped for just general shipping as well to Mars before it was commandeered for whatever this strange plan is involving the children. I would like. So who all is entering the frigate?
Hex.
I am.
Bella.
Hex and Bella. Charles, it sounds like you're also entering the frigate.
I am.
Kit, are you?
Yeah, but I imagine I'm a little bit behind the others
Okay.
because I was doing the other stuff first.
That's fair. So yeah, you enter the frigate. I would like everyone to make an average fear check. And I'm not going to go through the fear rules just for timing. But so this will just be basically strain if you fail the fear check. We're not going to go through any sort of actual
Is it
fear
discipline
effects.
for fear?
Yeah, discipline or cool, I believe, are the two that you can use for fear.
And then it's average.
Yeah, super cool.
Said we use cool.
Yeah, you can use cool.
Right.
Kit and Bella, although you are able to overcome the knot in your chest that immediately develops as you enter the ship, you know that this is not a place. You don't belong here. This is not somewhere you are supposed to be. And that's it for now. Again, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that little strategy. Very soon, though, as you proceed along the hallways at a frantic pace, a screeching, wrenching sound develops. And you see beside you... Oh, where are these guys? You see within short range of all of you, three creatures. Let me. Damn it. That. So yeah, this frigate is utterly empty of human and android activity. Someone has to have piloted this thing, though, right? In the empty halls, sound seems to carry endlessly, like a battery holding a charge. For a second, you think you can hear a child's cry coming from the direction that Kit has directed you in, somewhere deep in the vessel. Or is it just your mind playing tricks on you? And then, at that point, a group of these... Not android. These are mechanical structures, systems made into living creature. Pull themselves out of the ship wall, leaving an actual hole in the material of the ship itself, and lunge at you. So now at this point, I am going to have... let me see. I can reset. So yes, everyone can roll initiative, vigilance for everyone.
And are we
Extra
within?
boosts.
You are all short
With the
range.
ship? So
Um,
everybody gets one.
oh,
Yeah, it's one
yeah,
for short range.
yeah. For the boost, right?
Yeah.
All right, you get the first 4 slots
Nice.
as usual, because I roll like garbage. So congratulations.
That's one of my favorite qualities in a DM, so.
Yeah. All my LFG posts I say GM required to roll like trash. Yeah, so yeah, you guys get the first round. These three strange robotic mechanistic creatures that are not of a human technology have wrenched themselves from the wall and are clawing their way towards you.
Well, do they seem? Should I do an occult check or just start firing?
So I just started
So
blasting.
just started blasting.
Great.
Glad someone was gonna say
I
it.
start firing.
All right, yeah, go ahead, take the first initiative. Let me,
Aim and then 2 strain for another aim.
yeah, totally, you can do that. What is your gun damage? The rail blaster?
I believe it's 7.
Okay, cool, yeah, it's 7. And you crit 3, so you can crit with that advantage.
Great. I'll definitely crit one of them, and if that doesn't kill it, all the damage goes into it too.
Oh, keep in mind you do have inaccurate on this, so just roll a quick black die setback.
Oh, is that what that means? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I should have been clear. Yeah, and you have and just keep in mind you do have limited ammo of 4.
Okay, so I'm assuming I would have reloaded it since our
Yeah.
last combat. So
Yeah, I don't
alright.
think it applies to this, but I'm just saying like yeah, as going forward with the combat, you have the 4 rounds in it.
Okay.
So just roll a setback die, and then we can just tally it in. But as of right now, you are doing 10 damage. 3 advantages. So you still have enough to crit though. Or do something else with that advantage if you would like.
No, crit sounds right up my alley.
All right. And as usual, Charles with his revolver blasts one of their heads, just shatters and falls to the ground, lifeless. The other one has a giant bullet hole ripped into their sternum from his revolver blasts. I guess from the same bullet because of the limited ammo. I don't quite understand how that works, but we'll just go with it. It is the next person's turn.
I don't have any big augment plans this time, guys. I'm low on strain, so if anybody's waiting for me to do that, don't.
Hex will run up at him with his palm, his hand charging up like a defibrillator, and throw a haymaker at the first one he comes up to.
All right, yeah, go. I mean, there's only one left in this group, so yeah. As you
Then that one.
as you follow up Charles's revolver blasts with a punch. Let's see what the result of that is.
So that is 7 total with 1 threat.
7 total with 1 threat. And it does. So it does 4. And you knock that and yeah, you knock the last one standing. It just collapses in a heap
Electrifies
of
it. Yep.
electrified. Yeah. And it is gone. With that though, I would like you guys to roll another fear check. This time it is going to be a hard fear check. Something is definitely not right with this ship. Hex and Charles just take 1 strain each from that. Um, Eventually, you find your way to a storage room with some sort of stasis pod devices. There is a clear panel on each of them. Peering through this panel, you can spot the sleeping faces of the missing children. They look comfortable, clean, and generally well cared for, albeit not with their families. Before you can make a decision, myriad arms and robotic faces twist out of the ship walls, stretching and howling after you. The sound almost becomes overwhelming, and then suddenly they recede and go silent. A hulking figure emerges from down the hallway that you just came from. As the figure proceeds towards you, shrouded in shadow, um, you hear a booming mechanical voice echo. I think this is the right voice for it. I who has been now will be to come forever before. I do not wish to hurt these beings, but I will take them. Did that?
Kit's
Doesn't
like,
want to hurt them, but wants to take them.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Doesn't want to hurt them, but wants to take them.
Yes, yeah, that's just, he said he wants to take them. Are you asking that aloud in character, or is that
Yes, a
okay?
little bit of both,
Okay.
clarifying and asking.
Kit's gonna say over my dead body.
And
Oh.
Charles says, I guess we have a difference of opinion.
Very well.
And
All
Bella
bodies die. Sorry, go ahead. What does Bella say? I didn't mean to steal Bella's cool.
shoots.
She
She doesn't
shoots.
say anything. She just shoots.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Cool. So Bella, you know what? I will give you. That's just a free. That's a free action. That's not. That's an out of initiative order action. So go ahead and shoot.
Okay. And I have quick strike, so I can add a boost. Can I technically aim as well,
And also,
or not for this one?
this guy's at long range from you. He's like way
Oh
down
my
the
god,
hall.
it's the game master. Oh, never mind.
That is not close enough then.
You can. Sorry. Well, you can spend maneuvers closing the gap, I guess, to medium range if you need to. It would take 2 maneuvers though.
Okay. So yeah, I'll move, take the 2 extra strain for the second one.
All right. Go ahead. That is going to be. Let me just. Uh, the focused will of the machine god. As you have a sense that that's probably its name. You don't know what its name is. That seems like the right thing for it to be
If
called.
I were to give it a name, it would be
Yeah.
the focused will of the machine god.
You're like, looks like a machine god kind of guy. Adversary 2. So just upgrade your combat checks twice.
Okay. All right. That should be it. No, and I did not roll from the weapon. So total damage of 9, and I will crit as well.
Okay.
Take all the advantage.
Take
All right.
that, you weird thing.
The bullets don't hurt me, but the words do. I'm not weird. I'm just a machine god.
Critical.
Use that 9 damage. So it is a being constructed of components of the ship, albeit in a juggernaut hulking form. So much of your bullets sort of ricochet off ineffectually off of the creature. But you do land some shots on its internal components somehow. So you're able to get 4 wounds make their way through. And you got that crit though. So let me roll. Crit. We'll see. That is not. That's the wrong crit pool. Yeah, that is the. Sorry, let me re-roll that.
That'd be fine if it can't move anymore.
Just take the kids and walk away.
No, I'm just.
All right, see ya. Bye.
Oh, I don't have permission to view the.
Oh, you don't have permission to view that? Okay, so I need to. You guys should have permission.
Yeah, we can see the vehicle crits, but not the.
Oh, that's
critical
super
injuries.
weird. You all should have critical injuries permission now. So if you try clicking
No,
it again.
oh, hell yeah.
Okay. So discouraging.
That's an
wound.
encouraging wound.
Oh, cool. Bye-bye story point.
Oh, thanks.
And yeah. So that's and now at this point everyone rolled vigilance. I believe time for negotiation has ended. And yeah, the machine sort of steps back and then sort of begins walking towards you again. This is how it was always going to be. And
You know.
get his roll. There we go. And remember that Bella, you are medium range. Everyone else is still long range.
So we're still short from Bella, right?
Yeah, so you would be short from Bella. Yeah, somehow the one screen that I needed to have the range bands really is the one that I forgot to set them up ahead of time.
Ooh, okay.
If anybody notices, Charles has a completely different look to him. He's not as easygoing or grim. Now he's determined and angry.
And again, you guys have PC slots come before the NPC slot entirely. So, however you want to do your turn is the top of the initiative.
With my triumph, I believe I can take a free maneuver, right?
Oh, did you get a triumph?
I did.
Yeah, yes. I don't remember
I
if
don't
it's
think
like
there's
a
anything
raw,
in raw.
but
Oh, really? I
it's-
thought there was. Okay.
I don't think triumphs do anything. Like raw has nothing for orthogonal results.
Same
but
for
that's,
recovering strain at the end of the encounter.
Yeah, but that's utterly absurd. So yes, you can move.
Yeah.
Wait,
Okay. I'm gonna pull out like a injector needle looking thing and be like, "All right, guys, listen. One of you might need to carry me out of here after this, and I will inject myself with the stim."
stims. Yes, you're using stims. Yes. Okay. As your free maneuver. It's great. Awesome. But it is still the top of. It is still your turn though. So yeah. Who would like to go, and what would you like to do?
Hex is going to take out his masterful weapon of mastery, his pad, and attempt to hack into this thing, noticing that it's somewhat otherworldly, somewhat mechanical, somewhat who knows. He's kind of shooting in the dark. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm going to do. I'm going for another Ghost in the Machine.
Oh, you're gonna do a Ghost in the Machine? Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say I would like to do a network encounter, but it's been running long already, but I feel bad because you didn't get to use the cool network encounter rules. Yeah, go ahead,
No,
roll
that's
your
fine.
Ghost in the Machine. This is
Ghost in the
going
Machine is
to
that much more fun.
be it is adversary too, so I'm just gonna apply those. I think that would apply to Ghost in the Machine as well.
Sure. And then I'm gonna spend a story point. I'm gonna kind of hunker down in the corner, maybe behind some rubble or something, and
Go for it, yeah.
ouch.
So you get the successes though, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna attempt so this thing is made of parts of the ship.
Yes.
We'll say that like one of the hydraulic lines or something on both legs, like on his thighs, bust loose, and hydraulic fluid drips everywhere, and he kind of collapses down. And so until he takes a little bit of time, or the beginning of my next turn, he can't move.
He's rooted. Okay, cool. Or
Yeah.
not rooted, whatever the
And then 4 threats. What do you want me to do?
Yeah,
with
so
that?
with those 4 threats, I don't think anything's going to happen to you directly. Rather, as you leap around the corner and try and use your network powers, the walls screech and rend, and beside you emerges another one of these emerging ship mindlets that you had encountered before. Just one for now, but it is engaged with you that it emerges.
Okay.
And also, I need to add it to the thing because it gets a turn. Cool. And next in the initiative order, who would like to take the next slot?
I guess I can. I want to close to medium range with this thing and just shoot it.
The machine god, or the ship mindlet?
Machine god, sorry.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so it is still long range. It literally can't move now, actually. So it is. You'll need to spend 2 maneuvers to get within medium range. I'm just gonna put Bella like here to represent that.
That's fine.
Okay.
So that's 2 strain?
Yep. Just take the 2 strain.
Okay, and then I'll take a shot.
All right. And remember that you
Charles
can
also
roll.
be engaged at the same time
You
with
and
Bella.
Charles. Yes. I would leave it up to you guys if that's how you guys want to position yourselves. I think that makes sense. Oh, weird. It like double rolled it for some reason.
Yeah, it was still a failure in either way.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it was the exact same roll. I don't know what happened. Oh, it was actually 2 different rolls. So okay. Anyway, yeah, it was still a failure. Yeah, your shots don't land. Also, it would have been upgraded twice anyway, but that's the difficulty would have been upgraded twice. But that's fine. It failed.
That's right. I knew I forgot that,
Regardless.
but... So I'll just skip that advantage too. So
Yeah, that I think that's fair. So we just lose the advantage. Remember, you only have 2 shots left now in your revolver, though. And yeah, and it moves on to the next turn order. Bella or Kit.
I'll move up to join the others in engaged range.
Okay.
And take a shot with my rail pistol, which has medium range, so I should be good, right? This has prepare 1. Is that something I do after shots or before shots, or?
Let me take a look at it. It takes some time, so it must you have to take 1 maneuver to prepare it before the shot.
Okay, I'll do that. And then take the shot.
So to move into engage range with them, you would need 2 maneuvers because you're in long range from it. Yeah.
Okay, then I'll just move not quite to them and get the gun ready and not take an action.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay, then you don't need to take the strain because you're just using your action for your second maneuver.
Yeah.
Cool. And the emerging ship mindlet will go. No, actually, that guy's not gonna go. He's fodder. He doesn't get to go before the main baddie. That's not how that works. The main baddie, unable to move. Okay. So the 2 approaching an integrated rotary cannon sort of just folds out of this being. It's a giant gun, giant rotary gun. And
Oh.
I am declaring, because it can spend auto fire to hit multiple targets, but I have to declare first. So it's attack. So Bella and Charles, you two approaching it. It is shooting at you.
Do either of them have defense?
Oh yeah, do you have range
I
defense?
do not.
Okay, Charles, I don't think
I do
you
not.
do either. Okay, cool. Or no, Charles, you have 2 ranged defense.
That's what I meant. I have 2 range defense.
Okay, so yeah, I'll apply that, and here we go for the roll. Let's see.
Oof.
So with that 11, 2 threats though, so I can't activate the auto fire. Yeah, so it only hits Charles, but yeah, 11 damage as just a stream of bullets spews out of this thing's auto cannon or rotary cannon. But it is unable to move because of the ghost in the machine. So that will be the end of its turn. Charles, yeah, you still have soak, so it's yeah, okay, cool, yeah, that's right, cool. For some reason, like your bars are reversed on my screen. I don't know why. It is now. Whose turn is it? Is it Kit's turn?
Bella.
Bella's turn. Okay, cool.
I
Right.
think I went.
All right, because Bella, you had the free first shot.
Yeah.
As your response to negotiation was a bullet.
Yeah. Not good at negotiation. So I'm gonna do coordinated assault. So only Charles is in range, so he will add an advantage until the end of my next turn, and then I will take a shot.
Take the shot.
I just upgrade twice.
Yep. Yeah. For the adversary too. Thank you for remembering that.
Nice.
All right. So is it 9 damage total? Okay, and you only have 1 threat. So yeah, your flurry of carbine fire seems to cause more leakage as the thing begins to stand up. I'm gonna spend that threat and say that it actually breaks out of Hex's lockdown with that threat, so it is no longer immobilized as it rears up and at its full height, basically taking the entire hallway, framed by the hallway. And there is no way out. And it goes to, speaking of Hex, you have a little buddy over here. And
Yeah.
your little buddy is gonna, the ship mindlet is going to swing its little ship mindlet fists at you. I am going to spend a story point and upgrade that though.
Who would?
Yep. It's okay. It's still 1 yellow because these guys are weenies. And let's see, does it do anything? Maybe a triumph. No, it fails. So yeah, it sort of lurches at you and stumbles towards you, swinging to no avail. With that threat, what would you like to do with that threat? You can just apply a strain, I guess, which would do a wound to it.
Yeah, let's just do that. It swings at me, and part of the wall that's broken apart, it like hits its hand and cuts its hand open.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's I like that. Yeah, it doesn't even. It's not even a cut. Like it's literally like its hand misses you and it slams into the ship hull, and its hand just shatters into a bunch of components and loose screws. It was not well put together. And we move to the next phase of combat. We are at the top of the initiative order again. Who would like to go first?
I mean, I can
Anyone?
just shoot the thing again.
You can just shoot it. You sure can.
Okay, I'm in medium range now, so I'm just gonna aim twice.
All right, take the strain and give yourself the 2 boosts. Also
And
the
you have
1
one
setback,
advantage.
and you have 1 advantage, and you have 2 difficulty upgrades because this is adversary too. And against all odds, you still succeed. Actually, I guess you had a lot of boosts too, or like buffs as well. So, you do suffer a threat, and with that threat, um,
Did the advantage not get added in?
oh, I don't see the advantage. You're right.
So no threat then.
So 0 threat. So you just get pure success, and uh, 4 damage gets through, and yeah, your rail blaster just takes a chunk of its shoulder off with it as it burrows through the creature, the monster, the construct.
And completely out of character, Charles just screams, "You're not taking my kid again."
Awesome. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's super cool. Um, awesome. Uh, and with that, and I will give you a. I think Charles, you get a boost on your next attack just for that because that is the kind of character RP that I come to this game for. Um, and we move to the next person in the initiative order.
If I moved twice, would I be in short range of it?
You are in medium, so if you move once, you will be in short. Right?
Oh, okay.
Medium to short is 1 maneuver.
Yes.
I think.
Yes, I just wasn't sure if I was medium or not, I guess. I'll let the others go because if they kill it, then there's no point in doing what I'm gonna do.
Sure.
Are we all get to go before it goes, right?
Uh,
Or
there is actually no. It has 1 person goes after it.
okay, I want to make sure I go before it, but that's it.
Okay. So would someone else like to take the second initiative slot?
Hex can, if nobody else wants to.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, sounds like it's yours.
All right. Hex is going to try and get up from behind the debris that he was behind when trying
Oh.
to hack the.
I was very confused.
Big-
I just heard
big
bris,
monster
like
guy.
a bris Mila, and I was like, I think we're playing different adventures right now. This is very confusing.
So, the debris he was hiding behind,
Okay.
and punch this, what you call it thing, emerging the ship mine.
Yeah, sure. The ship mindlet. Go for it.
So nothing else added to that other than the roll itself.
Yeah, it does not have adversary or anything like that.
So that's 7 damage and 3 threat.
7 damage and 3. Jeez. Yeah. So, this one. 3 threat. Cool. So this one shatters. The ship mindlet, as you slam your electrified fist into it, the thing just shatters into a heap of components. totally inert. But you immediately hear another rending coming from behind and above you, and leaning down from the ceiling is another ship mindlet. However, this one is at short range from you. It is not entering engaged with you.
Okay.
Alright, I am going to dash forward and stand with the others. And I am going to call upon the metaphysical energies and try to...
So, just real... I know Bella wanted to go before the...
I think that was me.
before the
That was
machine gun.
Kit.
Oh, that was,
saying
no,
that.
oh, that was you saying that. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, go for it.
And I am going to try to curse this thing with the Doom effect.
Cool.
Which is 4 difficulty. So... Let's see. So... 4 difficulty, so I assume adversary applies to this. I think it's...
I guess it is a combat check, so it's 2 adversary would apply to it. So do you have
Okay,
a way of...
and then
I'll let you do it at 6 difficulty, because I'm not, like... I'm fine with that, but...
oh,
if
no,
you
it
wanna
would...
reduce
I mean,
it.
it'd be 2 reds, right? Not...
Oh yeah, what am I saying? Yeah, you're right. Yes, it would be 2 reds. So you got it right.
Alright. Here we go.
Just add purple dice left and right.
Damn.
Oh, just barely. That was close, though.
Oh, so close.
Yeah, so I was trying to kind of like catch this thing in a time bubble or something and slow it down a little, but
yeah,
that does not appear to have happened.
Not only do you not, I think with that one threat, that's like a free maneuver I can take. So yeah, you're not able to slow it down, and some sort of the like occult energy that you use, whatever the strange source of your metapsychic powers, almost snaps in reaction, like a rope being suddenly pulled taut, and the focus while the machine god ignores it and just takes a step forward, and you are now in short range with each other as it closes the gap.
Oh, I thought I was already in short with it.
Oh no, you were both in. Oh, you had entered into short range.
Yeah, I had moved up.
Oh, okay. So you are now. Okay, so you. So is it engaged with you and short range to Bella and Charles?
Okay. I'm sure this will go well for me.
Yeah, it'll be great. And are you using? Well, you do have a maneuver though, right? Or do you use your maneuver to enter? You moved into short with that maneuver, right?
I was behind Bella. I think that when I was asking how many maneuvers to get into the range, you might have thought I was Bella then. And you
Yeah.
said just 1 maneuver. So if it's 2, then I need to take some more strain because I
Yeah.
was back here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you would have had to take a maneuver. Yeah, that would be 2 maneuvers to get there.
No worries.
Right, because you spent the 1 maneuver to finish closing long to medium, and then the second maneuver to medium to short. Okay, that works. And it is the focused will of the machine god. It is his turn as he closes the gap. Yeah, he closes the gap and looms over you and looks down at you, and before swinging his fist down at Kit Papriki, he utters, "Her children will not stop my ascendance." And he's gonna swing a fist at you. I'm gonna spend a GM point to upgrade that.
Kid is just standing there like, I really thought this was gonna go better. Oh lord.
This is where the record scratches, and it's like, well, now how did I get into this situation?
Yeah, the music is like all triumphant as she dashes up and starts doing this, and then it just doesn't work at all, and then I assume it just smashes me into a paste.
Well, it's 14 damage, but no
Okay.
advantage or crit or anything. Just straight damage, reduced by your soak. As
Shoo. Yeah, I'm out.
this creature slams its fist down on you. Oh, did that
I am taking 11 from that, which puts me at 13 of 12.
All right. So
All right, so Kit is down.
So roll a crit too, because you
Um,
went over your threshold. So if you go to the, I wonder if I can do this. So at the bottom of the screen, if you, there's like a little orange bar thing there. If you mouse over that, there should be like a little folder that you can click, and it's the macros directory. And if you click on that, you can drag that onto the hotbar and click it, or you can just open it up from there and click execute macro.
okay. Does he have any vicious ranks or anything?
Oh, good call. No,
That doesn't look like it.
no vicious. Yeah, he has sunder, but no vicious.
Oh, good. Oh, I know. I'm
You're
slightly
rattled.
Oh, that's a vehicle
Yeah.
crit.
Oh. I was like, I guess that would be
My
disconcerting.
inhabitants suffer 3 strain. I only have that one macro in my directory. I
No,
don't
it's the
see...
same. It's the same macro, but when you open it, there's like a little drop-down tab, table,
Oh.
and click critical injuries.
Oh, critical damage versus critical injuries. My bad. Uh-oh. That's a bad one.
Oh boy. If only you had kept with the rattled one. So let me just add that to there. So now you have that on you.
Double attack.
Yeah, so it's another attack. So the will of the machine gun just slams its fist down and then keeps just keeps slamming down on you. I won't upgrade this one. It's just the standard roll. But it's 12 damage.
Okay. I might be at the point where I stop tracking wounds. Let's see. 12 minus 3 is 9.
And
No, I'm only at 20. Only 21 out of 12.
And it's a triumph. So you get another crit. So go ahead and roll another crit.
Okay. I know how to this time. The first one was just to see how it goes. This is to master the skills.
This is going to be plus 10 because you already.
Oh, it didn't do it automatically. Okay. It should be
you
a
have to
43.
add the.
Should I just re-roll it entirely?
Yeah, just re-roll it entirely and add the 10.
Okay. Well, that's
discouraging wound.
Yeah, it is really discouraging the way Kit no longer exists and is smeared across the floor of the ship.
Yeah. But yeah, the machine gun just slamming its fist down on the unconscious form of Kit.
That double your wound threshold?
Only
I think that
critical injuries. I think.
Yeah, I don't think.
I
think
just
that's
tracking.
That's a house rule.
Okay.
It's just raw. But yeah, at this point though, every hit is a critical injury, so you just start racking up crits really fast.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So Kit's in a bit of a pickle. Moving on. It is Charles's turn though. I think, right? You're the last one to go.
So it would be
I thought I
Bella's
was the first
turn.
one to go.
So, okay. Sorry. Yeah. Whoever has not gone yet is now your turn. Bella, is that you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna have to upgrade the difficulty because of an ally's engaged, right? Because it's laying on the ground.
Yeah, I think
so
it's
there's
fair.
some good news.
I think it's fair to say there's no risk of you hitting Kit accidentally. It's a very tactical action.
Save a maneuver to move back. I'm just
to
gonna
medium.
take the aim as my maneuver.
Oh, okay, sure. Just add the boost.
So, and upgrade difficulty twice. Okay. So I'm gonna crit on that.
Nice. Okay. So first, as the wounds, 18 wounds. So yeah, the plating and armor of the focus will the machine god is shredded and beginning to show its wear and tear. And now I'm going to roll its critical injury. And I think actually I messed that up. It should be plus 10. I can just go into the sheet and see. Where's that table?
Yeah, because we gave it a discouraging wound earlier.
Right. So wait, what did I roll? That was so it should be 63.
It was a 53, so a 63 is slightly dazed.
Slightly dazed. Okay.
Target is disoriented until the critical injury is healed.
It's not bad.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good.
Slightly dazed. Yeah, and what is disoriented again?
A
It's-
setback for every single check.
Yeah, okay, cool. So I think that the bullets sort of tear through its skull, its equivalent of head plating, and you just see exposed circuits and wiring sparking, no longer protected by the metallic shield or barrier. Are you doing anything with the second maneuver, or is that it for you?
That'll be it.
All right, and then Mr. Ship Mindlet over here spends a maneuver. It is at short range. He is going to drop down from the ceiling and leap at Hex.
Yeah, bring it.
And he carries his momentum, so I'm going to spend a GM point to upgrade the roll as he, with all his weight and momentum, brings his fist down upon you for 5 damage, but 3 threat. So it's up to you how you'd like to spend that threat. You can give a free maneuver to one of your allies, and also a boost.
Yes, I will give a boost to Bella.
Okay.
Like in it, this thing falls down on top of me, and I'm like wrestling with it on top of me, and it's enough to distract the big mean beastie boy.
Sure. Yeah.
Then
the Will of the Machine Guy looks up from the fire directly at you, engaged with the wall crawler, or the mindlet.
And then Charles takes that opportunity to take a maneuver as well. So if you wanted to reposition or something.
Closer.
Sweet. Or aim, even if you want to add an aim.
I'll add name then. That sounds like a good idea.
Because then your difficulty actually goes up if you're shooting and engaged.
Yeah. Yeah, you're already at short range, so you're at perfect shooting range.
Okay.
So yeah, you can take the maneuver to aim, for strain free. Cool. And it's back to the top of.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna shoot it again.
Okay.
This is my last shot.
All right. Yeah. Go for it.
You can take my gun. I'm not using it.
Is it giving me a
So you'd have
red for a reason?
A red for a reason. It would be upgraded twice as an adversary. And you also get the 2 boosts from your free aim action plus your free aim maneuver plus the boost from I gave you a boost because GM reward for good RP.
Right. And I'm going to spend the story point again.
All right. And make sure you roll the setback, yeah, for inaccurate.
And I don't have an advantage on this one, right?
You
No.
do. No. Oh, Bella's advantage isn't continuing.
Yeah, because I took my turn.
Oh, okay, cool.
Right. So short range is only 1 red. Oh, never mind. I see what I did. Okay. So short range is only 1 purple, right?
Yeah, it's 1 purple, but you should be rolling a red and a purple. Because of the upgrades.
Okay, there we go. Now I'm good.
Okay.
That was why I had a red and a purple. That solved it for me. Thank you.
Nice. And yeah, this is that's your last shot though, I think, right?
That's it. 9 damage. Right to the
9
face.
damage. And yeah, your rail blaster, yeah, I think tears off the other half of the armor plating on the face, and it begins to power down, but it is still the focus of the machine. It is still standing though, nonetheless, and still looming over the crumpled body of Kit Papriki. Kit, it's your turn. I don't really, I guess, or no, it's not your turn. It's next PC slot. So whoever wants to take the next turn.
I can go.
Okay.
I was aiming from last time, so it should be 2 more boosts because I'll aim again. Upgrade twice. And go with that.
Oh boy. How much? Yeah. So it's a crit too, I think.
Yep, crit and fast boost to Hex.
All right. With that though, you shred. Yeah. We'll do this. Give you your epic moment. And you unleash a final round of gunfire that just shreds the focus of the machine gun, and its armor plating falling off around it as it falls to the ground in a heap, inert next to Kit Papriki's battered body. You have completed this. However, your victory is cut short as the walls begin to seethe and ride. The entire ship seems to be coming apart at the seams, and at a distance you can see your own ship through a gap in the hull of this ship as it begins to fall apart. You can see your own ship, the Rockhopper that you joined in. There's almost a pulsing vein-like structure that has infected your ship and is bringing it actually towards the frigate as it approaches you. The last thing before the focus with the machine god, his body powers off. You hear him say, or you hear it say, "It does not matter. I will still be. I always have been." You have brief moments. What would you like to do? I'm just giving you this opportunity because Charles, you have something that could be very helpful to poor old Kit here.
I do, and I was just going to use that.
All right.
So as everything's starting to break apart, I lean down and hold out my hands, and this is a bit of magic that I hold, and I have. Okay, so I need tissue for this, so I reach up with both hands, and I bite off a little piece of the back of both of my hands, and then I hold them over Kit and mumble an incantation, and Kit is brought back. No, they're back to his wound threshold, right?
Yes, Kit is brought back to wound threshold. Not at full health, but at least alive.
No, but 1 wound. You have 1 wound available.
Yes, yeah, exactly. If you take any damage, you'll die.
So I'm at 12 of 12.
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
Essentially, yes.
cool.
I'll toss over 2 slap patches.
Where is it? Let me at it. Where'd it go? What's happening?
We need to get out of here.
And then Kit goes back unconscious because Stim gives me 10 strain at the end of the encounter.
To be fair, I actually love that visual. Like Kit just like, I'm alive and I'm sleepy. Yeah, and as Kit falls back unconscious, the entire ship around you, however, it is a futile action because the ship is literally coming apart at the seams. The fact that there is oxygen, breathable atmosphere, doesn't seem to make any sense. And before you can think to do anything, you feel yourself tugged around a nine-dimensional corner. Briefly, your mind utterly breaks. And you are back in the strange dreaming landscape from before. However, this time you are all together, and the monolithic statues are gone, replaced by immaculate and wickedly bladed columns. The columns are bleeding. Ryan Peatloth stands before you in a slick new suit, his hair perfectly kept and smiling as always. Hi there, pea-shooters! You've really impressed some very important people. It's definitely made my job a bit more complicated. He waves behind him to an immensely tall figure standing behind him. The figure seems feminine, but her form is obfuscated by a resplendent yellow silken robe, accented by long, laced yellow gloves on each of 7 arms. Though she wears a veil that covers her face, almost elfin ears extend behind it and morph into great curling horns that carry countless pieces of jewelry and trinkets. You cannot see her face behind the veil, but you know she is staring at, or rather into, you. So you were before Mater Ladrian Thoth Kanenpur, consort to Haster and Nodens as suits her, also known to you creatures as Old Hag Loveliest, Mean Queen Bitch, the 7-armed Madame, the Unkind Mother, and, well, so many other names. It's frankly quite tiring. She who will bring perfection to the flesh has taken notice of your, shall we call it, interference with the Ouroboros' inalterable plan, and she is impressed. You have a moment to react.
If this is like a weird dream realm or something, am I conscious?
You are conscious. Yes, you
Okay.
yeah, Kipapriki, I think you wake up, your eyes snap open, you see everything going to hell around you, and then you pass out from stim overload and wake up again in this strange place.
This does not look like one of the usual stim hallucinations, guys.
I don't believe it's an illusion.
I just pop out a cigarette, light it, and just glare. Yeah? What does that mean to us?
Oh, now this is definitely not a hallucination. I think. Oh well, you know what? I think this. And Ryan Peatloth sort of points at his clothes and points at himself. He's like, "This whole thing might be more confusing to you than it's worth." And Ryan Peatloth, his form dissolves, and he suddenly is
Is
this.
that a goddamn anagram?
Maybe. And his form dissolves, and he is replaced by this tall alien figure. Its features unworldly. Its skin the colorless void of space. And he leans over and speaks to you. Oh, we don't have time for this. The Ouroboros shuffles the children to the lawless lands of Mars. You are hers to test now. You cannot stop what will be has happened, but you will be tested and pushed to organic perfection. Go now. And suddenly, and you suddenly find yourselves at the edge of a Martian habdome facing the red desert as a sandstorm claws at the little pocket of humanity huddling on this planet that does not care for them. And that is where we conclude the adventure. Thanks for playing, guys.
That was awesome.
Thanks for running.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I will stop streaming and recording now.